Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. We're going to get started with the wonderful part of the first half of this meeting. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for Arlington Independent School District on June 4th at 5:33 in the evening. Our first agenda item is swearing in of our new school board trustees, and presiding over that swearing in is our good friend, Judge Carrie Walker, Tarrant County Judge of Criminal Court Number 2. Please help me in welcoming Judge Walker. Judge Walker, it's up to you to swear these folks in.
All right. Just so y'all know, ladies and gentlemen, I know y'all are all voters, and I can't pass up an opportunity. Well, I live here in the city of Arlington, have since 1987, and my kids went through the Arlington School District. I love this school district. So with that being said, Ms. Walton, please come on up.
That was not campaigning, Judge Walker. That was not
That was not. I was just introducing myself. I don't know. Where do you?
You're right there. You're over here. Up first swearing in is Miss Polly Walton for place 1.
All right. Ms. Walton, I need for you to raise your right hand. And I want you to repeat after me. I, Polly Walton,
I, Polly Walton,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of trustee,
of the office of trustee,
place 1,
place 1,
Arlington Independent School District
Arlington Independent School District
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability preserve,
and will to the best of my ability preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Miss Walton. Miss Walton. I guess I get the first officially congratulations, but anyone you'd like to introduce and say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Yes, I just want to say that this is indeed an honor and at the same time quite a new responsibility. I promise with God's help to work hard and make the best decisions that I possibly can. Arlington students and the AISD family are near and dear to my heart. It is an illustrious and outstanding district, and I am proud to be part of that legacy. Our greatness has been built on a district culture that values respect, loyalty, and working together to solve problems, and that's what this next generation deserves. I want to thank my family and friends and my UEA colleagues in this community for supporting and working with me throughout this campaign. There are so many that I have so much to be thankful to and for. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Now, I'm counting on all of you to continue working with me and the rest of this new board as we begin the job of making decisions that are best for our children. Our children come first, and I want to introduce just my family here. My son, Andrew Walton, and his wife, Christine, and grandchildren, Lindley and Anderson, and my other granddaughter, who I claim, Casey Coonrod, and her mama, Kayla, and just so many others. I think my nephew, Eric, was up. There's Eric, my nephew, Eric. Thank you all so much again, and onward and upward. Let's get the next one all checked in.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Miss Walton. Sign the paperwork and you're official. We will sign that in just a couple of minutes.
All right. Yes.
Your official. Up next
Kristen
is
Hudson.
place 2, Miss Kristen Hudson.
Are you nervous?
More than a
All right. I need for you to raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. I, Kristen Hudson,
I, Kristen Hudson,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of Trustee,
of Trustee,
Place 2,
Place 2,
Arlington Independent School District
Arlington Independent School District
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you. Wow, this is a really big deal. I didn't know that I was going to get emotional. It takes a team of people to allow me the time to do this, and most of them are here tonight. My dad, Nick Hudson, Sherry, his wife, my mother-in-law, Kay, Brad, and then our 2 boys, Declan and Hudson, and a whole host of friends, both old and new. Gosh, it's been quite a journey to get here, and I'm just really excited to get to work and continue doing good things for Arlington. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kristen. Do we have the right paperwork for this?
Yes, we do.
Okay, on this one, perfect. Polly, do we have it ready for Polly? Polly, come down and sign so we can make you official also. Got to have a good photo out there, Kristen.
All right, you sign right there. Yes, it got hung up. That's what happens when a man wears a dress. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Congratulations, Miss Hudson and Miss Walton. I guess it is kind of signing your life away right there, signing the document. It's a well-deserved signature, though. Up next is place 3, Dr. Aaron Reich.
All right, Aaron, if you'd raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Dr. Aaron D. Reich,
I, Dr. Aaron D. Reich,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of Trustee,
of Trustee,
Place 3,
Place 3,
Arlington Independent School District
Arlington Independent School District
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Well, here I am again. This is my 3rd term. I am so privileged and honored to be reelected to this position. It is one of the most important things that I feel I will ever get to do in my life, and it is a humbling honor to know that myself with our team impact the lives of so many in our community: children, parents, business folks, teachers, all the staff of the district, et cetera. This campaign cycle that we just went through is where it really started to sink into me. We know we have impact, and it's going out on the campaign trail this time has given me great opportunity to reflect and have many moments of pause of just the impact and the legacy that we are able to leave here and what we do as servant leaders as a board of trustees. So I am honored, I am humbled, and I'm excited. We've got great things ahead of us. We've done wonderful things from this point forward, and thank you for your support, and we will need everybody's help that's in this room to continue marching forward in a great direction. Thank you.
Perfect.
If I can just get you to sign it right there.
Oh, okay.
Pose for the picture. Get it good. Perfect. With that, let me take a second and thank Judge Walker for coming out and spending his time this evening to do this swearing in. As Judge Walker said earlier, he's a longtime friend of many of us, children from the AISD, and a great, great citizen, and someone who makes me feel really good about our county courts, that you're there. Hopefully I'll never see you in those county courts. But I'm glad you're there representing us in those county courts.
Yeah, you didn't do a bad job. We went to high school, the same high school together. So I mean, he's older than I am, though.
I'm not going to respond.
Yeah,
But you-
I'm
but
not
you
either,
represented us
I'm not
well.
either, Judge Walker. I'm going to leave it.
Two good old country boys.
Thank
you
you
very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Judge Walker. And this time, let me congratulate Dr. Reich and Ms. Hudson and Ms. Walton. There's nothing like your first swearing in. It's one of the best experiences you'll ever have. Congratulations, very well deserved, and we're glad you're part of our team. We have such a great opportunity here in Arlington to serve the students, and luckily the thing we always say is we know you all have that. So we're very proud of you, very glad to have you join our team and making an impact. Now we have to get to work. So now let's get there. Thanks for all being here. We are going to move down to our work session. Say hello, socialize, but we'll move down to our work session in conference room B, and we will reconvene at approximately 7 p.m. Thank you all for coming out this evening. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the open session of the Board of Trustees, Arlington Independent School District on June 4th at 7:07 p.m. We will start this evening with the opening ceremony. Please join me in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excuse me. Thank you. Please be seated. And now, if you would, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. If you would, please silence all cell phones, electronic devices around you to avoid disruptions. Earlier in the evening at 5:30, at the very start of our meeting, we had the distinct honor of swearing in our 3 trustees that won election this year. So please join me in just a second with a round of applause for our new trustees. In place 1, Ms. Polly Walton. In place 2, Ms. Kristen Hudson. In place 3, Dr. Aaron Reich. And as trustees, you get really wonderful certificates that says you've officially been sworn in on that. It's amazing. We run tight budgets, and this just confirms another thing on here. So let me take a second and give these to you. Ms. Walton, congratulations. Dr. Reich, there's yours. And Ms. Hudson, congratulations. And let me also take a second and thank Judge Walker for swearing them in this evening. He did a wonderful job. It was his first time. He's one of our new county criminal court judges and a wonderful judge to represent, and has children that are all products of the Arlington schools through the Lamar Network. So we thank Judge Walker for that. Next, we move to an item Dr. Cavazos waits for. We move to the item organization of the Board of Trustees. By law, we're required to do this immediately following an election. It's our policy each year at this meeting. We seat and elect new trustees on the agenda. This time, the gavel. Look at Dr. Cavazos right there. He goes over the gavel's handed to the superintendent for purposes of the beginning of our elections. This is the only time this happens. It could happen more. Maybe we figured it out. And this is for the purpose of beginning our elections. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. And at this time, do we have a motion and a second for the office of president?
Dr. Cavazos, I'd like to make a motion. While I've loved serving as president, it's been a wonderful 2 years. You always have times for transition and change, and I can't think of a better colleague to serve in this position. And so I make the motion to nominate Ms. Jamie Sullins to be our president.
Mr. Hogg, I'd like to second that motion.
It's to Dr. Cavazos.
Oh,
He's in
excuse
charge
me.
of the seconds now.
Dr. Cavazos, I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? We have a motion by President Hogg for Jamie Sullins to be the president and a second by Polly Walton. If there are no other nominations, would you please vote?
I think you get to flip the switch also, that one.
We have a new president of our school board, and that's Ms. Jamie Sullins.
Now get the gavel back, Ms. Sullins.
Congratulations, and here's the gavel.
Ms. Sullins, before you move on, or President Sullins, before you move on, I think it would be appropriate for us to be able to give former President Hogg a huge round of applause for the last 2 years he's run this board very effectively in a manner that was welcoming to anybody that approached the board at any time, and I really appreciate the service that you've offered.
Thank you. At this time, we would accept a motion for the remaining officers.
President Sullins, I'd like to move to nominate Dr. Reich for Vice President, Mr. Hibbs for Secretary, and Ms. Mays for Assistant Secretary.
I'll second that, Ms. Hudson. So we have a motion by Ms. Hudson, and I've seconded it, so please vote. Did y'all get that? We learn. So, I have all the votes in. I don't think all the votes are in. Hibbs. Okay. Ready? Yay. Okay. Okay, so with that being done, I would like for my first words to be words of thanks. As we begin to work together, I want to thank you and the community for allowing this Board of Trustees to serve you. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos, and every single employee of the AISD. Your deep reserves of knowledge, skills, experience, and passion have built a school district with almost unprecedented, unlimited student opportunity. Thank you, community partners, for leaning in and making time to engage in the success of the AISD. And last but not least, thank you, board members and your families for your willingness to serve. Mr. Hogg, you have served this board exceptionally well. You've served this community exceptionally well, and you have left big shoes to fill. I will do my best and acknowledge that we do our best works, and our best works are possible with collaborative, inclusive work that is laser focused on the things that brings us all here tonight, students. That being said, let's get to work. The first item on our agenda is programs and presentations. And first up, I'm very pleased to recognize some outstanding scholars, our J. Woodrow Counts Scripps scholars. And we have a little bit of information about you. We have so many students, and it's so fortunate, such a good opportunity to be here tonight and to recognize students that have gone above and beyond. A committee at each high school selects an application of outstanding senior to be considered by the final selection committee. The J. Woodrow Counts Scholarship is awarded for the purpose of furthering students' education at an institute of higher learning. The recipient is a senior who has earned high academic achievement, demonstrated strong leadership qualities, and possesses a unique combinations of talents. I believe this evening, Ms. Nell Fielding?
That's correct.
Yeah, Ms. Nell Fielding? Yeah.
Good evening, President Sullins, Dr. Cavazos, members of the board. Before I announce the winners, I would like to give a little history of J. Woodrow Counts. A little history of J. Woodrow Counts. He was born in Bynum, Texas, and he went to school there and graduated. And then from there, he went to what is now the University of North Texas. He went on a basketball scholarship. When he graduated, he served his country during World War II as a U.S. naval officer on the USS Texas. In 1949, Mr. Counts joined AISD and began his educational career. And he served in Arlington for 36 years before he retired as superintendent. The J. Woodrow Counts Administration building is named in his honor. Mr. Counts took great pride in Arlington schools, the personnel, and the students that made it an outstanding system. And so he died in October 2006. His legacy will live on through this scholarship that he established and has funded. And we have two winners tonight. And the first winner for 2014-15 is Graham Field. He was not able to be here, but his mother was able to come, and she brought us a picture. Yeah. Her son is an entertainer at Six Flags, and he was working tonight, so he was not able to be here. So thank you, Ms. Field. And would you please give him that? Our next recipient is, and Graham is from Arlington High School. Our next recipient is Blessing Johnny. She is from Bowie High School, and I'm going to ask her to join me at the podium. Blessing, I'm going to ask you to share with us who is with you tonight and tell us about what your educational goals are.
I'm here with my mom and my counselor, Ms. Jennifer Helton, and I'm planning to go to Baylor University this fall and major in biochemistry.
Thank you very much. What an honor to have you here this evening. We're very proud of your accomplishments and look forward to hearing about them for many, many years. So thank you. Also this evening, we have another group in the audience and that we all know. And it's an organization that spends so much time acknowledging others, recognizing others, encouraging others, that it's appropriate that this evening we're here to honor and recognize and thank the Arlington ISD PTA. The Arlington Council of PTAs has supported the Arlington ISD learning community since 1954. That is a long time of supporting our schools every single day, with a mission to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. And the Community Council of PTAs directly supports students, parents, and teachers of the Arlington ISD. We are certainly very blessed to have them. The council provides information, but not just information, inspiration, support, guidance, and instruction to all members of local PTAs, and that's no small task in this very large district of ours. The council provides two $500 scholarship opportunities for graduating seniors at each high school of PTA. And encouraging fine arts for students, the council sponsors the local PTA Reflections Contest, where students can enter original works of art to the contest. Of course, it doesn't stop there. The council supports local PTA units by providing leadership training for PTA officers, sharing best practices in leading local PTA memberships, and supporting local efforts to increase PTA membership, and it just keeps going on. The council celebrates community efforts by hosting annual Founders Day banquet and recognizes the work of local PTA units, parents, students, and teachers. So for a number of years, we have had this, this PTA that has been there from day one when you walk into school, and we're very proud to have them. We have Miss Jennifer Boyles here this evening. Miss Jennifer, could you come down? Jennifer, I would love for you to share a few words about PTA, and we're so thankful for the work that you and all of the PTAs do in the district.
PTA has always been a part of my life. I have a daughter who turned 25 yesterday and have been a member of PTA since she was in kindergarten, so you can add back those years. And it's just been a pleasure serving the district and working with Dr. Cavazos, the whole school board, Aaron Perales, and it's just such an honor to be recognized for the commitment that we have for our for the school, all the students in the district and the community, because making better schools is only helping the community. So,
I couldn't agree more. We'd like, if you could stand there a moment, Dr. Cavazos would like to come down and make a little presentation to you, and thank you
and
for
I have some people, can I
Please,
introduce them?
absolutely. Please introduce them.
I think I'll introduce first my husband, who I believe came along to make sure I didn't volunteer for anything else while I was here. And then I have Gina Smith, y'all could stand, Harry Flood, Carla Pearson, Lori Turano, Zenova Williams, and I am an outgoing president. This is my last official capacity as Council PTA president, and Jeanette Reed is your incoming president. And if I could get them to come down here, they actually have something for y'all as well. The Texas PTA is has a Back the Future campaign going on, and they have just a gift for you to think that as you're working for the students in the district, that you are backing the future of the schools and the communities in Arlington. She's going to do it all.
Where do we go? The AISD is blessed with so many community volunteers and so many people that come in, because this work cannot be done by any one group. And tonight is our honor to have the AISD Education Foundation to come in for a presentation. Brian White, Executive Director, we're looking forward to hearing from you, and thank you for all of your work with our district.
Thank you for this opportunity to give a state of the Arlington ISD Education Foundation, and congratulations to our newly elected board members. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary, and as part of our 20th school year, we really reached some significant milestones. We've been around since 1994 and 1995, and our mission is to serve the students, teachers, and staff of AISD by fulfilling extraordinary educational needs and initiatives. And since our founding, the foundation has distributed more than $1.3 million in separate grant awards to teachers for use in their classrooms, and working to support the education of every child by awarding program project funds through a competitive grant process, and partnering with other organizations to secure additional resources for student programs, and serving as a conduit to secure specified sources of funding for the district. One thing you've been seeing up here is our Tailgate Arlington Wild Wild West, and that's really one way we kicked off last fall. It's kind of a tradition here now with Tailgate Arlington. We did it in a Western theme at the Arlington Museum of Art because of their Western art exhibit. We tied in with that, and we had approximately 250 people that attended the VIP reception and the barbecue dinner that night, as well as those functions. And from that, thanks to our outstanding committee of volunteers and our event co-chairs, Karen and Jeff Williams, and through our sponsors, silent and live auctions, and the Claw, which was hosted very nicely by Board of Trustee Bowie Hogg, we raised a record-setting $107,930.70 at that event. Our teacher grant awards, we've really had a significant year with that. Every campus in AISD now has received funding from the foundation, I'm proud to say. Our fall grant applications, we distributed $35,910.93 to 11 AISD campuses, and that was back in February from our fall grant applicants. And those grants included a digital communication center, a covered in Chrome STEM project, a collaborative effort between junior highs for Battle of the Books, several literacy and reading initiatives, an Arlington High School Alumni Association creating collegiality in the classroom, and an after-school photography club. Our spring grant applications, which we recently gave out last month back in May, out of 32 spring grant applicants totaling more than $125,000, we awarded $40,655.39 to 12 AISD campuses. And as you can see from those photos, our prize patrol is a lot of fun, and that's one of the most rewarding things about my job. It's so much fun to see the reactions. Among those award winners are Harold Patterson Grant at Hill Elementary for growing readers and scientists in the library, College Bound for junior high at Shackelford, several literacy initiatives, funding for 2 choirs, a World Atlas activity program for 6th grade students, and a STEM-related project including gel electrophoresis lab equipment at Sam Houston High School. And that particular teacher, he's a first-year teacher, Jonathan Kincaid, want to share one of his testimonials he sent to me, and it just really describes the impact of our grants and our classroom procession. Quote, "Your contribution means the world to me, and I know that it is even more meaningful to our students. For my students, this has been one of the most exciting things that has happened all year. Every freshman in the building wants to come by and get a picture with a giant check. Students are so excited about the lab equipment, they've even been asking if they can come back to biology class next year and help facilitate the lab with next year's freshman class. Some of them have even said they'd be willing to come after school just to get a chance to do the lab. I had hoped that this equipment would help us provide higher quality, engaging instruction, but I never anticipated it could mean so much more. We have not even ordered the equipment yet, and the students are already more excited about biology than they were before." And that's him right there, Mr. Kincaid, with his class, where they were really, really excited there at Sam Houston. And from Little Elementary, our choir teacher, Heather Johnson, one of the 2 elementary choirs that we funded, quote, "While the students were mystified by the size of the check, one even volunteered to walk it to the bank for me." And had lots of ideas on how the funds should be spent. 5th graders think we should buy a helicopter and install a hot tub in the music room. Really, I can't make this stuff up. I assure you these funds will be put to good use by providing supplies and opportunities for our children. And our most recent grant award, actually this morning, I had the pleasure of presenting to Adams Elementary. We had a donor advised fund through the Community Foundation of North Texas for their Scholastic Book Fair Buy One, Get One Free program for $4,300. We were able to give that to Adams Elementary, and that was really exciting. it was just so nice to hear these stories and these testimonials, and a blessing to be a part of that throughout the year and to see the fine work of our educators firsthand. And as you can see, from the prize patrol, I think sometimes the students are even more excited than the teachers, and it's just so great to see those reactions. Our grants review committee, although they have a tough job, they did a really nice job of funding a diverse range of projects and initiatives within AISD. And overall, within the past 4 months, the Arlington ISD Education Foundation has distributed $80,866.32 to 24 AISD campuses, another record-setting amount for the foundation. And as you can see from the photos, we recently hosted our AISD Education Celebration event, which is now becoming a tradition in its second year. Despite the rain, the event was a tremendous success thanks to the outstanding work and commitment of Joy and Chad Bates, our co-chairs. And thanks to their commitment, the foundation was able to raise approximately $140,000 in a record-setting amount through both ticket sales and sponsorships. And additionally, $19,298 is being distributed from those ticket sales and those sponsorships, and that's split among all AISD schools and UTA Student Emergency Assistance Fund. So we definitely are pleased to be able to do that. We were also, from that event, able to distribute 1,000 tickets for our fine arts students, and unfortunately they didn't get to perform at that event. They were really disappointed. And another 1,000 tickets for economically disadvantaged families through our AISD counselors, through Arlington Urban Ministries, and Big Brothers Big Sisters. So the Six Flags was also gracious enough, because of the weather, to offer rain checks where those kids could also enjoy the park on another date. So in conclusion, I would like to thank the hard work and passion of our Arlington ISD Education Foundation Board of Directors. With us tonight, I would like to recognize David Wilbanks, Ann Morris, Diane Patrick is in attendance, and I would also like to recognize my lovely wife, Lori Hightower White. She is a proud Arlington ISD alum, and I would be remiss if I didn't say we're celebrating our 4th wedding anniversary tonight. So, so by increasing our exposure, and what I plan to do is engaging more in the community, it's our hope that we can continue to grow the foundation so that we can continue to provide increasing amount of funding and resources to the Arlington ISD. Our next Save the Date is Saturday, September 19th for our Tailgate Arlington event, so hold that date, and it'll be at the Arlington Museum of Art, and we will be providing details soon, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate the work of the Education Foundation, a foundation that is clearly a can-do organization, and the students in our entire community benefit from your work day in and day out. We are fortunate to have you. Our students are fortunate to have you. Thank you for coming tonight and give us an update of all the things that have been done and what's coming forth. What was the date? September the 19th. Mark your calendar. So thank you very much. And next up, we have something very exciting. And when we have students that come forth and compete, and they compete and have national recognition, could not be more proud. This evening, we have some students that participated in the NAACP AXO competition. And the Arlington NAACP is taking 6 students to nationals to compete in July 8th through the 12th, 2015, and 30 students competed in the local AXO competition. 6 students, gold medalists. 2 AISD students advanced to the national competition. Mark Adams Jr. with a gold medal in architecture from Bowie High School. And Simone Devine, gold medal in short story, Seguin High School. And Ms. Simmons, we'd love for you to come up and share a few words, and while you're on your way up, I know Ms. Mays wanted to offer some words as well. Ms. Mays?
Thank you, and congratulations to our 2 students that are heading to nationals. What a great representation for Arlington ISD. Good job, well done. Also, Elisa, if you don't mind, if I could just ask for Oh. Jimmy Smith, do you mind standing up? This is Jimmy Smith. He is the dance captain and choreographer for Jennifer Lopez, and he stopped his tour, flew in from Morocco, and did a fundraiser for these students so that they can be able to go to nationals. And I just want to say thank you for what you've done for our community and for these students and for taking your time. And I know you asked me, but I'm busy. I can't finish your tour with you, but thanks for asking.
Funny. Thank you, Trustee Mays and President Sullins, and to your colleagues on the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Cavazos and staff. Thanks for having us tonight. We are excited to introduce you to these two AISD students who have excelled in one of our 3 Arlington NAACP youth programs. And let me define the ACT-SO acronym for the audience. I think most of you are familiar with it. But ACT-SO stands for Academic, Cultural, Technological, Scientific Olympics. And it is a year-long achievement program designed to recruit, stimulate, encourage high academic and cultural achievement among African American high school students. ACT-SO includes 29 competition categories: STEM, humanities, business, performing, visual, and culinary arts. So this is how the program works. Local NAACP branches across the country implement an ACT-SO program, which gets underway in the fall. And ACT-SO adult volunteers recruit students who have a passion for their craft, and we recruit mentors for those students. And the students work with their mentors in our program from October to April to develop their projects and performances for local competition. There is no regional competition. They go from local to national competition if they're good enough. So we had over 30 students participate, but 30 students didn't advance. You could be the only student competing in a category and not advance. Our judges have been celebrities. We had Grammy award-winning artists. We've had culinary judges who have shows on the Food Network. We have had some outstanding judges and mentors. So in April, we held our local competition. 17 of those students were AISD students. We had students from Fort Worth, DeSoto, other places, because those other branches don't have an ACT-SO competition. So 2 students emerged from AISD as gold medal winners, and so I'd like for them to come up. We're taking them to Philadelphia this summer to the National NAACP competition conference. And I went to ACT-SO NAACP convention for the first time last year, and ACT-SO is like the Grammys. I mean, it is huge. It's like the Academy Awards. So I went in, sat in the back, and there's this whole big production. And so I'm just kind of resting and listening to the award winners. And so in the culinary competition, they were announcing the award winners, and I was just looking through the program book, and they said, 3rd place, a $7,000 scholarship. And I went, oh, that's great. 2nd place, $15,000 scholarship. And 1st place was a $50,000 scholarship. And so I said, okay, coming back here, and we're doing this. And so you've met our Seguin High School senior, Samani Devine, who placed 1st place in short story. Her mom is here, Tiffany Devine. Do you want to come up? Or yeah, come up. Yeah, come. And next is Mr. Mark Adams Jr. Mark is a senior at Bowie High School, and he placed 1st in architecture. Mark is joined by his parents, Demetra and Mark Adams, and his brother and aunt and uncle. Come on. It's not my board meeting, but hey, I'm taking over. And so one thing that is really important and it's the mentors that these students had and all the students had. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank those who mentored these young people for months. Tanisha Matthews is a playwright, and she served as Samani's mentor, but I don't think she's here. And Mr. Don Steer of VLK Architects served as Mark's mentor. Come on up. And so finally, I'd like to introduce my AXO chairperson, Ms. Tina Green, and my co-chairperson, Ms. Debbie Smith, for their outstanding work in revitalizing the Arlington NAACP AXO program. And I know I speak for the both of them when I say how much we appreciate the full support of Dr. Cavazos, Aaron Perales, high school counselors, and your staff for helping us get our AXO program back off the ground. So thank you so much for being a partner in our youth, with our youth council, our AXO program, and our back to school, stay in school efforts. So that's all I have, but I want the kids to say something. Are you gonna say something? Okay, good.
Please do, please do.
Well, I would like to say that my freshman through junior year, the NAACP EXO program wasn't around. I didn't hear about it until my senior year, and I'm glad that I can be a part of getting it back off the ground, because even though this is 2015, people still tell young African American children, teenagers, adolescents that we'll always be lesser than everyone else, and this competition it shows that it proves everybody wrong. We can be great just like everybody else, and I think that as this organization grows, a lot of other teenagers will realize that. So I'm glad to be one of the ones pioneering it, and I hope that it doesn't crash to the ground again. I hope that they keep it. They keep it.
Mm-hmm.
They keep it. They need to keep it.
I would like to also say that I'm thankful for this program as well, and that I hope that it stays around too. A couple of you all might know me. I'm one of the engineering interns for the district, and I work with VLK. And so I'm proud to say that I'll be staying with them for a while now during my summers that in between school. So y'all might see me around here a lot.
I think Mark is now a paid employee after this program will be okay.
He's going to work with us this summer and hopefully over Christmas and all through his college career.
Wow.
It's been a great program.
Wow, congratulations. This is what it's all about. You know, people coming together and building and working for the students, for the community. We're so proud of your hard work and that all that you did to bring, to work on these projects and reach out and also have help. And as you go forth to national, we wish you the very best of luck. And when you come back, we want to hear all about it. And we hope that you will help and reach out to other students and let them know about what a great opportunity has been. Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Thank you, NAACP, for this wonderful, wonderful can-do, again, that brings these students into an opportunities that are so rich and so rewarding and so wonderful. Very, very well done. Thank you for being here tonight. We're certainly excited and cheering you on in July in what city?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. Let's go. Okay. Thank you. After thanking so many wonderful community members for being here tonight, and we do thank you for your time. Next, we will move on to administrative appointments. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Sullins, and I'd like to recommend the board appoint the individual discussed in closed session for assistant principal for the Quarry Academy.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Rush and a second by Mr. Hibbs. Any discussion? Please vote.
Thank you, President Sullins, and it's my pleasure to present to you the new Assistant Principal for Corey Academy, Mr. Manuel Trevino. Manuel attended Southwestern Assemblies of God University and obtained his Bachelor of Science. Also attended the University of Texas at Arlington, received his Master of Education in Educational Leadership and Policy Studies with an emphasis in dual language. Most recently, a 4th grade bilingual teacher in Mansfield ISD, has been a 3rd grade bilingual teacher in Grand Prairie ISD. Manuel, congratulations. Welcome to Arlington. Anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, President Sullins, Dr. Cavazos, and members of the board. I'd like to recognize my family, my wife Maggie, and we all met Maribel a little while ago. And also I'd like to recognize my sister who took my daughter and her husband, Adam Johnson. Again, thank you for my wife for encouraging. She is my greatest support, and she's always wanting to help me achieve my personal goals as well. My parents could not be here tonight, but I would still like to thank them for instilling in us the importance of education and the value of hard work. I hope I'm making them proud. At this time, I would like to formally thank those who have helped me along my educational career, Miss Susie Meyer, who gave me my first teaching job. My Austin Elementary family, who motivated me during my master's courses, and my current principals at Ponder Elementary, who, in short, have modeled to me true servant leadership. Lastly, my mentor and personal friend, Claudia Rodriguez, I want to thank you for investing in me and sharing with me your knowledge and curriculum, updating me on the most recent best practices, and always reminding me that we are here to serve and meet the needs of our students. Corey Academy, this is a great honor to be chosen to be assistant principal. I am ready to serve the community of Corey and to serve staff and students as well. Thank you for having me.
As is our custom, we ask that the appointees follow Mr. Hill to the lobby for a receiving line so we can meet you and welcome you. If you would let the board go first, we would appreciate that, and we will take a 10-minute break to participate and return at 7, just about 8 o'clock. Okay. It is hard. It is hard doing. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone. Next up on our agenda this evening, we have the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee report. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Sullins. And at this time, I'd like to call the chair of the CBOC, Dan Malone, to the podium. He has a report regarding our bond, and we have a CBOC chairperson to make that report. Dan.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos, Madam President, distinguished new officers, former officers, and especially new board members. Welcome from the CBOC, and you have big shoes to fill. You know that. We're excited, know about all the experience you bring, and we're excited to have you on the board and everything that you're going to do for the board. Well, oh good, this works. I get to read my notes, and I don't do PowerPoints very much. So the 2014 Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, CBOC, will bring its first report to you. First of all, I'd like to tell you about our committee members, who our committee members are. I'm chairing the committee. We have a few of the members here. George Intaki, if you'll stand up. Faith Bussey, Justin Chapa, I think is in the, oh, he's here, Justin. Justin's a former chair of CBOC last year. Dale Sharp Jenkins, Lindsay Mitchell is also a former member of CBOC. Andrew Nash, Tony Pompa, Don Sermon, John Slover, and Ismail Tahir. So we have 10 members, 11 total with the chair. The members serve 2-year terms. Because we're just starting out, half of our members have a 1-year term, the other half have a 2-year term. We also have alternate members, and that includes Chad Bates, Kim Crawford, Kara Hackley, Seth Russell, and David Wilbanks, I believe, is here. Yes, thank you, David. David also helped with the PowerPoint presentation. I appreciate that. So for those who may not be familiar with the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee and maybe in the audience or watching televised, let me just go briefly over the purpose of the CBOC. So the first is we're formed by the board and we're subject to a charge. So the CBOC was established to provide transparency and enhance public confidence in the use of the proceeds from the sale of the bonds authorized by the 2014 bond election. I think it's important to note that a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee is not required by state law, bond procedures of any type or otherwise. So we as a committee appreciate the board's willingness to allow unelected citizens to get together from a diverse, wide spectrum of Arlington citizenry and to involve us in the oversight of this $663 million bond approved by voters in May of 2014. As part of our charge, CBOC makes findings and recommendations to the Board of Trustees. We'll present those findings and recommendations at the conclusion of this report. We're also charged with monitoring the progress of the 2014 bond program. And I should mention here that for those who've been maybe familiar with past CBOC reports, this duty in the past has included financial reporting. I want you to know we continue to review all of the financial information, and we'll do that at every meeting. But the sense of the committee, at least at this time and at this early stage, was that the financial reporting might be more appropriate for the staff to do, since we would just kind of be taking their numbers and giving them back to you. So at least at this point, we're going to try to just operate and give you our own findings and recommendations rather than report kind of data to you, so to speak. Now, we also reserve the right to change our collective minds on that as things go forward, too. And then finally, the committee is charged with finding ways to and suggesting that ways that the district can maximize the bond's potential. And our focus is on maximizing the benefits for the students first, and also that the taxpayers who are funding these bonds receive the biggest bang for their buck. So quickly, I'd like to let you know just real briefly about our meeting so you kind of know the information that we're getting. So we meet once a quarter, plus we have planning meetings. So we've had a total of 4 meetings so far, and I'll very briefly summarize the contents of those meetings. So our first meeting was on October 7th, 2014, and we have a diversity of experience coming on the committee. We have former chairs and former members of CBOC. We had some members who had never served on a committee. And I should mention, too, that we have members who were supportive of the bond, and we also have members who were not supportive of the bond. And another compliment to the district of trying to involve as many people as possible. And the ones who weren't supportive, everyone knows and they know that's their role in the committee. So I appreciate that diversity. So the first meeting, we focused on the 4 major parts of the bond, which you're all familiar with: facilities, fine arts, technology, and transportation. Got a good overview. The second meeting was on November 10th, and the focus of the committee from the second meeting on, I think, kind of paralleled the construction process. And that is, we focused on planning and laying a good foundation for our committee's future work by gaining an understanding of, number one, the construction process to some extent, but the different phases of construction and how we can educate ourselves to monitor those functions. So at this meeting, Tony Drollinger led in the discussion of the various procurement methods authorized by the state of Texas by statute. I think there's 6 of those, maybe 7. And the primary procurement methods that will be used by the district in these various construction bond projects include, and we've kind of abbreviated these, CSP, competitive sealed proposal, That's kind of the typical process where you have people bid. And then the other is the construction manager at risk. We actually use that at DBU, and I've learned a lot about the construction manager at risk process. Several of the board members were at that meeting. I think we all learned a lot about that. Oops. And just so you know, the CBOC is going to continue to monitor the CSP and CMR process. We think the CMR process, construction manager at risk, again, allows a lot of flexibility. We think the CSP may have some cost advantages, so we as a committee are going to continue to evaluate that, and we'll bring recommendations or findings if appropriate. The third meeting was on January 20th, 2015, and we had the AISD's law firm and their attorney down in Austin, Eric Munoz, speak to us. A very knowledgeable attorney. He provided all of the committee members' insight into both the legal and the practical aspects of the contract process. And yes, even the lawyers on the committee learned something from Mr. Munoz. He gave us an excellent overview, and it's very helpful to all the committee members to get a better feel so we can give better oversight. Also at that meeting, Mr. Chad Branham also presented, and he covered the Technology Advisory Committee. He went over the classroom standards for technology, and we had presentations from several schools who'd received grants from the Transformation Through Innovation Grant program. All very dedicated teachers. They stayed till the very end of that meeting, which was going up to about 10 o'clock. So we appreciated the teachers staying there. At all the meetings, we've been getting various schematic designs. At this meeting, we got the designs for Peach Elementary, McNutt Elementary, and Workman Junior High addition. And then the fourth meeting, our final meeting, was April 6, 2015. And again, we received schematic designs for the MACs, the Multipurpose Activity Centers, Workman Junior High, Corey and Jones Academies, and the Career and Technical Center. And questions were asked all along the way. Also at that meeting, we received 4 reports. And these reports were in direct response to either questions or issues that CBOC committee members had raised in the 2 previous meetings. And this was not at my prompting or urging. This is the staff listening to our questions, what our concerns were, and they brought these 4 reports back to us. Construction fund summary, facilities progress, hub participation, and insurance requirements. The first 3 of those, I think we kind of answered the insurance requirements question. The first 3 of those, they'll be, every time we meet, we will get updates on those 3 reports as well. We also, in the 4th meeting, Jeremy Earnhardt presented his Jeremy Earnhardt show, same one that the board got, I believe. And also, is he here? Not here. Well, congratulations to DBU's most recent EDD K-12 successful doctoral dissertation defender. They told me to say it that way. Dr. Jeremy Earnhardt. He was on campus yesterday and defended his doctoral dissertation, and I know some of the administration was there to support him. So we're glad to have another doctor in the administration. So now to our findings and recommendations. These were developed when the CBOC meets on its own without any staff present. That's a little different than FFC because I get to rely on Cindy to do everything in FFC, and we've got to do all this on our own in CBOC. So one of the primary responsibilities is to report findings and recommendations, so we'll move to that now. 3 major areas. We've grouped them as planning, communication, and hubs. I'll explain hubs and all of those. So first of all, planning. And by the way, thanks to David Wilbanks for the great graphics. I wouldn't know how to do that stuff, but you get it, planning, blueprints. Good job, David. And actually also, I shouldn't admit this, but thanks to Keisha Mays, because I got the file of the CBOC presentation to kind of use as a draft. And as I went to save it, authored by Keisha Mays. I think you've chaired this committee before. We're still using your work product. Keisha, thank you. Hopefully we don't repeat too much, but you probably did recognize some of those slides as being yours, so thank you. So under planning, the committee's first finding is that the staff should be commended for its competence and detailed planning, primarily in the level of detail with which the bond program was planned and is now being implemented. And just as one example that came up in our committee's discussion about this, the staff identified the need for 6 additional staff positions, which are going to be funded out of operations, as you know, to provide oversight and management to the construction phase. These positions were obviously needed, but another unnamed large city government located in Tarrant County, who also had a bond program, did not plan for those positions, and they were kind of caught having to scramble for budget funds to get those positions funded when they realized that. So we're blessed in the district to have people that are looking forward and thinking through what are we going to need for the future. So the committee commends the foresight of the staff in that regard. Also, part of the planning process involved community meetings, planning labs, and other meetings led by DeJohn Richter, as you know, where all stakeholders, all potential stakeholders were included and asked to participate. You know, most of you, all of you probably attended those meetings. You know how valuable those were in developing educational specifications, well thought out plans and designs. Again, all involved in the planning stage. We want to commend the staff on that aspect of planning as well. And then finally, this finding comes from the new members of the board who haven't been involved in the district before. The new members said, we are blown away by the quality of the staff, the level of the detail that they know about this program off the top of their head. You know, I ask questions thinking, you know, I'll get back to you. And the staff is able to answer those off the top of their head. It's what we who have been involved in the district know already about our staff, but I wanted to bring that, and the committee wanted to bring that because they do a great job not only presenting but listening to our questions and our issues and coming back at a later meeting and addressing those. And we know that's going to continue into the future as well. That actually is, although we put it in planning, it's also kind of bleeds over into communications, which is our next slide, our next finding. So on communications, we give an A for effort, but many committee members voiced a concern for improvement. And let me start out by saying this is not directed at Leslie. We actually had these meetings, I think, before Ryan was even on board. I know that I think the district itself has recognized a need in this area and in putting Ryan in that position. So this is not a reflection on them, but we have some suggestions that we think might be helpful. So let me give you a couple of specific areas that were mentioned by committee members where communication was, they felt was lacking. I guess there was a fine arts meeting for the fine arts facility at the same time a fine arts presentation was being made. I believe it was maybe at the Levitt. And those conflicted, and some parents, even members on our committee, wanted to attend the fine arts facility meeting, but they had to be at another event. And I realized that, you know, those kind of things happen, but we want to be as transparent, you know, in our committee's thinking and finding as well, and look for ways that we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't look for ways for improvement. So one of the things that we came up with, I still go out to the curb and get my newspaper. You know, I kind of expect to go find the news. I think I'm getting to be a dinosaur. I think a lot of people expect the news to come to them. We all recognize the district has so much news. I mean, there's so, you know, between the schools and the programs and athletics and, you know, there's so much news that you can put it in a newspaper, but then you're kind of looking to see what you like. So here's a potential suggestion. If any of you subscribe to the New York Times, you'll know you can kind of go in and you can tell them what news you want. And actually, I found out, even in this process, the district already does this to some extent, so I need to find out where that is. But our suggestion is to, I don't know if it's software or some kind of program, so members in the district community or in the ISD community can go and kind of pick what they want news on, and it'll kind of customize an email or whatever you do. I'm not going to get into the details, but somehow you can customize and individualize the news that you want. I think that might be one way to satisfy the concerns expressed by some of our committee members. They also asked, they said, you've got to use every means of communication possible. And frankly, we've talked to the communication staff, and I can't think of any other way the communication staff could be communicating. But there is this sense that it's your job to get the news to me. And so maybe as a district, we could kind of say, okay, we will, tell us what you want, and we'll get you that news. So there's a potential suggestion or recommendation from the committee. Lastly, we have a finding on hubs. As the board knows, HUB stands for Historically Underutilized Businesses. And I actually went online and found out it's defined in Texas law as businesses which qualify pursuant to two different ways: various size limitations, such as gross revenues or number of employees, and secondly, majority ownership and active management by various racial, ethnic, gender, and veteran status categories. So the board has charged the committee with reviewing hub utilization on facilities projects. And as we began to discuss hub in committee, there's a divergence of opinions on this issue on the committee, as you might expect from a diversity of our citizenry. In fact, some CBO members feel the current hub plan, Chad, I'm having trouble with the pointer on this. Does the pointer work on here, or is it disabled? Does it? Okay. On the notes? Help me find it.
Help is on the way.
Oh, I just saw it move.
Got it.
Oh, right there.
Got it?
Does it go away at times?
It's just delayed.
Oh,
Should be good.
okay. Just push down. Where is it?
Call on the cursor.
Oh, there.
It's hiding.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thanks.
Yep.
Technology challenged. So some CBOC members feel the current hub plan in place is sufficient, while others question the current plan, whether the current plan will be effective in assuring adequate hub participation. So the committee resolved to track actual hub utilization by all the contractors at each meeting. We're going to get a report on that. And we did find consensus in two areas, which I think is important for the board to know. The first is, I just mentioned the agreement to track hub participation rates. We'll just point out that our understanding is the Arlington ISD has never tracked this before. So far, from what we're seeing, it appears that the actual participation rates exceed what we expected. So that's good news. But gathering the data on hub participation levels is an area where the committee found consensus. The second area of consensus is, and this is also suggested by the district, but we concur in this, and we want the board to know we concur in this, is that we create subcontractor projects which are of the size or the complexity or dollar amount that are fitting for small and mid-sized businesses, including hub contractors, but also perhaps including local contractors. There was a big sense that we need to let our local Arlington folks participate in this to the extent we can. Now, we all want all those businesses to earn it. We don't want it to be given to them. We want them to earn it, and we don't want to pay more. You know, we want to get the best value for the taxpayer. So there's a lot of balancing of interests in this. But We understand that the contractors and the CMRs, construction managers at risk, are aware of these desires by the district, and we encourage them and the district to continue to look for ways to break these projects down so that we can let smaller contractors participate and still maintain value to the district. So we have two brief conclusions that really just kind of summarize our presentation. The first is that the AISD bond management team, led by Cindy Powell, continues to impress our committee with their command of detail and yet also the comprehensive manner in which they plan, oversee, and administer the bond program. And while so much of what they do deserves the committee's accolades, we also don't want them to get overwhelmed with the bond as they're attempting to fulfill their main duties, because all these bond responsibilities are on top of their regular duties. So we encourage the board, and this was a consensus, that these 6 planning and oversight members need to be fully funded. We need to pay market rates. We need to make sure they're there, and monitor. We'll continue to monitor too, and if they need more help, we need to get them the help they need. And then secondly, 98% of what the committee observed with the bond program is going well. I've probably spent a lot of time on the 2% that we thought could be improved, but as a whole, the committee is just incredibly impressed. So the committee wants the board to know that it does take its job seriously. We all desire to fulfill the board's charge to monitor progress, maximize the bond's potential, and make findings and recommendations as appropriate. And we commit to do that to the best of our ability. With that, our presentation is concluded. If we can either take questions, or I would also like you to see the CBOC bond site real quick. It's on the bond page. So we can either take questions or I'll show you that real quickly. Part of your charge to us was to form to maintain a web presence. So we haven't done anything, but Ryan Pierce has done a great job at developing a web page. Is that going to come up? Oh, there it is. Good. So, do I have control? Good. Okay, there we go. Oop, nope. Sorry. I may be missing that. Well, I'll take questions while we're getting that. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Malone, and thank you for coming this evening and for all of the work that the CBOC does. Does anyone have questions? Oh, it looks like Dr. Reich?
No grilling permitted.
Oh, come on now. You're tenured and experienced, Mr. Malone. I think you can handle it. On that note, thank you for your leadership on the committee. It takes a good leader to set the tenor and tone, and you've done a wonderful job with that.
I hope so.
I'm pleased to hear that overall things are great. On the 6 project manager positions, are those currently filled? Are we still looking for people?
That may be a Cindy. I think we're close. But.
I was asking, I'm curious about that because I know early on we didn't have them all yet filled, and there was a concern that maybe we weren't competitive enough because they were high demand jobs. So I was just curious about that.
We've got, there are 6 positions. There are 4 project managers, 2 field observers. Okay, the field observers we need to have on board when we have something to observe once the construction starts, and the construction really will begin in earnest in August. We've closed applications on those. We're screening them. They've scheduled interviews, I believe, for even next week on those 2. On project managers, we have 4 positions. 3 of the 4 are filled. We made an offer on a 4th one a good while back. The individual we tried to work with for quite a while in terms of getting them in. They ultimately did not want to start their job with us until a much, much later date, months down the road, and we said we can't do that. We've reposted, and again, we received applications on that, and interviews are being scheduled on that one, I believe, as well. So
Okay.
But we've got that posting's closed too.
Okay.
In addition to those positions, we had a budget specialist and a MAPS database specialist that would be dedicated to the bond program. Those have been filled for quite a while, and so we're making good progress there.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you. And I guess, Mr. Malone, I appreciate the committee's eagle eyes on the hub participation, and it's very encouraging to hear that we're over the expected marks already. I know that's something that's always been near and dear to me with the hub participation, the local control, and I just encourage the committee to continue that watchful eye to make sure that we are doing everything we can to meet what I believe was the board's intent for those allocations. I know local is a little more sticky, but I think it was our intent for that and hub to have that as as high a participation as possible, as you said, with quality. And when it came down to it at the end of the day, if quality was the same, that those could be potentially what would be the tiebreaker to award those contracts. So, and the continued dialogue and discussion on CMR versus CSP. Very, very interested in hearing that, and I appreciate your the comments on communications. And I know Ryan, I think he's done a really good job on bond communications at this point with the newsletters and that type of thing. So it's good to have him as part of the group. As far as, I guess, my one question I would have for you from a committee standpoint, do you feel that you're in need of anything additional, or are all your needs as yourself as the committee being met with what the staff's providing, where you're going with things, that type of thing?
I think it is, and then some, frankly.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll certainly let you know if we need anything, but yeah, it's very, very responsive. Yeah, staff. I mean, they think of it before we know to ask it sometimes.
Yeah. It's not surprising.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam President.
It's catching on.
Yeah.
It's harder than it looks. Mr. Hogg.
Sorry.
For serving on the Community Engagement Subcommittee with Aaron and Peter Barron, who actually chaired the subcommittee. Want to say thank you once again. I do want to say one thing that was very impressive to me is we had alternates, but whenever we would attend those meetings, those alternates were there. So to me, that's very impressive, because as an alternate, if any time you need to step in, they weren't going to have to be refreshed on everything that y'all have already done in your meetings. So appreciate that. Thank you to our alternates. The one question or comment that I might make to my colleagues, and Dan being the chairman, is for the 6 additional staff, as part of our continuing charge, we may want to think about finding a way to include maybe another position from this 6 to be very involved and in touch with the Oversight Committee in giving reports and what they're doing, and be able to have questions asked from the committee. So just a future thought. But thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for mentioning the alternates, too. They've been very engaged. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. And Ms. Mays, I think that's a great idea, and that's something the Community Engagement Board Committee could look into. I think it's a great idea. It's a good time to look it over. Mr. Malone, thank you for being here.
Can I show you real quick on the webpage? I think we've got this up.
Absolutely.
So if anyone watching or would like to know more about us, if you just, I guess the easiest way is go to Bond on the main page, and then this is the website that Ryan has developed. It's really a great website. But CBOC has its own web page here, and you'll notice these stay the same, but everything on our committee, we've got the committee charge here, all the members, all the meeting materials are here when the meetings are going to be held. One of the things I wanted to point out specifically, y'all are probably aware if you read the Star Telegram that we have a neighboring ISD who's had some challenges on construction costs. And when I first started reading those, I went, and then I read the second article and I went, and I had a meeting with the staff, And this is the result of raising that issue, is this construction costs pamphlet. And this is just an example of the responsiveness. You know, we have a question, and it's, well, if the CBOC has a question about that, then others must have a question about that. Let's get that on the website. So you can see, and you know, this gives a lot of detail about the planning that went into it and the contingencies that are there, that I just can't imagine that we're going to run into trouble like other districts have. The other thing I wanted to point out is on this main page up at the top there, subcontractors. This is an area where any subcontractor who wants to bid on projects can go and see everything that's coming up. And there's, you know, project detail charts that has every project and when the construction's supposed to start. And, you know, this isn't necessarily CBOC's job, but I think these are part of the communication issues that were coming back to our committee. And really, there's some great stuff. And I don't know if the web page had been developed at the point some of these issues were raised, but from my perception, we've answered in this web page a lot of the questions that were being, and issues that were being raised.
That's outstanding. It's good to know that the dialogue is there, the oversight is there, the transparency there, and the response as well. I think the web page could be very helpful to the community, and I'm glad that you all participated and suggested that it come forth, and also knew that the administration was working on some things along those lines as well. So thank you for your work. It's very important as we move forward and we on this bond program that the hours and days that you put into it, we appreciate it. We appreciate the entire committee, and thank you for being here this evening and giving us an update. We look forward to the next one as well.
Thank you. Thank you. 6 months.
Okay, 6 months. Very good. Thank you. Next, we will open our public hearing on optional flexible school day program 2014-2015. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Sullins. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Wendy Carrington, our coordinator of dropout prevention, who will speak about the optional flexible school day program this year. Wendy, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Sullins, Dr. Cavazos, and board members. Thank you for allowing me here to speak tonight. OFSDP is used for students grade 9 through 12 who are at risk of dropping out of school. The program allows for a flexible schedule that does not meet the traditional 180-day, 5-day-a-week requirement that most students meet. Students instead attend on weekends, night classes, extended day classes, or flexible schedules. For the 2014-15 school year, 504 students in AISD were enrolled as flexible attendance students. 57 of those students remained on their home campuses for instruction. The other 447 students continued their studies at 600 New York to 1, earn credits, or 2, attend tax EOC tutoring. 72 of those 504 students have graduated so far this academic year. That graduation number is expected to increase significantly over the summer months. 214 of the 504 students are currently enrolled at the Dropout Prevention Center. 25 students left AISD to attend other districts. 193 of those students have dropped out again. Those students are among the most vulnerable students in the district and include the students who have completed all coursework but have not passed state-mandated tests.
Thank you, Ms. Carrington. Ms. Benjamin, could I confirm that we have no cards from the audience? Okay, thank you. We have no comments from the audience. The public hearing on optional flexible school day program 2014-2015 is now closed. Next, we will open our public hearing on optional flexible school day program for the 2015-2016 school year. Dr. Cavazos?
And again, Wendy Carrington will lead us through that. Wendy.
OFSDP may be used for students grades 9 through 12 who are at risk of dropping out of school. The program allows for a flexible schedule that does not meet the traditional 180-day, 5-day-per-week requirement. Students might instead attend on weekends, night classes, extended day classes, or flexible schedules. The district can receive funding based on the actual time a student is in attendance, from as low as 45 minutes a day to a maximum of 10 hours per day. Minutes are accumulated to maximize the ADA a student can earn during the 12-month period. Students must apply to participate. They must meet eligibility requirements. They must be afforded certified instructors in all educational services for which they are eligible, and must take the appropriate assessment during the regularly scheduled assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Carrington. We have no comments from the audience, and the public hearing on the Optional Flexible School Day Program 2015-2016 is now closed. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Now we come to our open forum on agenda items. This is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for forum. I have 2 cards from the audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. A yellow light will illuminate when there is 1 minute left to complete your presentation. When the red light comes on and the buzzer sounds, please end your presentation. First up this evening, we have Mr. Jeffrey Harris.
President Sullins, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos. I'm Jeffrey Harris, President-elect of UEA, and I would first like to welcome our new board members, Ms. Polly Walton and Ms. Hudson, and would like to give a welcome back over to Dr. Reich for joining us again. In the strategic plan and under the effective leadership, it says that the AISD will recruit and retain the most effective people by rewarding excellence and providing opportunities for continual growth. We want AISD to have competitive salaries with other surrounding districts. AISD needs to send a message that their employees are valued and wanted. UEA has been very vocal over the last year about retaining and recognizing our hardworking employees. It is imperative to our district and vital to our schools that we retain our teachers and employees, not just for the continuity of our students, but for the continuation of programs and money spent on training from our district. School districts with which we would compete for high-quality applicants are adopting raises for next year and rewarding the work of their employees. Eagle Mountain ISD is prepared to give a 5% raise, and Crowley ISD just gave their employees a 3% raise. The starting salary in Crowley ISD is now going to be $51,400. Personally, I just finished my 26th year of teaching. 23 have been at Lamar High School. And I thought I would take a look at last month's paycheck and compare it to one from September 2012, 3 years ago. Nothing really changed in my deductions from 2012 to now, but I was shocked and disappointed to see that my take-home pay is only $72 more per month. The cost of living, especially health insurance, has taken its toll on my paycheck. Now, we know that you do not set the health insurance premiums. That's done by TRS in Austin, but you do control the salaries for employees and raises given. I'd like to urge the board to give a healthy and substantial pay increase to reward and honor our hardworking employees and to make Arlington competitive with other districts in order to attract high-quality applicants to our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next, Mr. Luis Castillo, combining 2 topics, board policies and preliminary budget.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Luis Castillo, and I'd like to make a few comments here on the preliminary budget. I think that I'm speaking as a taxpayer and stakeholder, and also as someone who has witnessed personally loss of innocent lives. And I would like for the board to consider placing a peace officer at each elementary school. They're open, they're vulnerable, and we live in a dangerous world. Terrorists have classified elementary schools as soft targets. there's no defense. We have a peace officer at each elementary school. The first they encounter, and I'm talking about external threat. Police officer, not for internal threat, because elementary schools, they're kids. School administration takes care of that. But for the external threat, if we remember the Sandy Hook shooting, this individual went in there and shot 26 people. 20 were kids, and 6 adults, all in a matter of 5 minutes. You know, here with Arlington PD, I checked with the police department. They estimate that there will be a response time of about 7 minutes. So if Mr. Lanza over at Sandy Hook could have killed 5 persons per minute, in 7 minutes response time, we'll have casualties of at least 35. You know, and I don't know how we all feel about this. I know we're talking money here. My estimate on the low end is $3 million for each one officer in each elementary school, and the high end is $5 million. If we go with the $5 million cost estimate, that's about $135 per year per kid. And I don't think that's a whole lot to ask from the board. I mean, I witnessed some victims, some loved ones that forever been haunted with the grief of, I wish I could have done this. I wish I could have done that. And it haunts them forever. And I dealt with a lot of victims of violence as a police officer in my prior life. And it's just a matter of time. I'm not going to say, Arlington's no longer the city that we used to be. We're an international city. We're in the terrorist target list. And I'm not trying to instill fear here or paranoia. I'm just trying to be realistic, because those things are going to happen. At the Sandy Hook shooting, the moment the shooter knew the police officers was closing in, he shot himself. It tells us that a peace officer on campus to greet the external threat is an effective deterrent. Whoever wants to go in and do this kind of things at the school, they'll have to meet a peace officer first. So I want the board to seriously consider this, to put in the budget, you know, and start exploring it. Now, I think that it could be a two-part thing. Let's just think in terms of just buying into the idea. Let's not talk about funding it yet, because sometimes the funding portion will negate the initiative. Let's just think about buying into it, and once the board can buy into it, we can look for the funding. But I think $135 per year per kid is reasonable, and I don't mind paying that, and the taxpayers paying that. And unless you all think that body bags are cheaper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Next, we move to action item A. Consider the 2015-2016 Board of Trustees meeting calendar. Now, traditionally, the board adopts a meeting calendar for the following year with the format of a work session and a regular session. These dates were discussed at the May 21st, 2015 board meeting, and is brought back this evening for action to set the calendar for next year. Have any questions or discussion?
Make a motion.
Any? Why am I blinking? Oh. Mr. Hogg, that was tricky.
Thank you, Ms. Solids.
That was very tricky.
I understand it pops up solids on your thing over there, so I understand that.
I was sure I didn't press my button.
I move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. Bowie Hogg moves to approve, and John Hibbs second. Oh, Aaron? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Dr. Reich. And Dr. Reich second. Please vote. Go. All trustees voting in the affirmative. We have a calendar for next year. Thank you very much. Then next on our agenda this evening is a proposal for non-renewals. Have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to non-renew. Madam President, after considering the most recent evaluations of the following employees, I move to non-renew the term contracts of Camilla Nelson and Javita Williams. And I move that the record reflect the following. On May 7th, 2015, the board proposed that term contracts of the named employees be non-renewed. Each of the above-listed employees were timely provided with a notice of proposed non-renewal not later than the 10th day before the last day of instruction in the current school year. The written notice informed the employees of the right to request a hearing before the Board of Trustees within 15 days of receipt of the notice, and none of the named employees made a timely request for a hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. I have a motion for the, for proposing for the non-renewals. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mrs. Mays and a second from Mr. Hibbs. Any discussion? Please vote. All trustees voting in the affirmative. Thank you. Okay. Next to action item C, consider nomination of an AISD trustee to fill the Region 11 position C on the Texas Association of School Board of Directors. Mr. Hibbs?
President Sullins, I would like to make this TASB nomination. The Texas Association of School Boards promotes educational excellence for school children through advocacy, visionary leadership, and high-quality services to school districts. Local school boards govern TASB through the associations of school board directors and the annual delegate assembly. Grassroots process to develop the association's advocacy agenda, policies, and decisions made by the delegate assembly are translated into the action by the TASB board, a 44-member body made up of school board members representing every region in the state. AISD is considered a large district member, so as a large district member, we are guaranteed a position on the board of directors. I move to nominate Bowie Hogg to fill the Region 11 position C on the TASB Board of Directors.
Thank you, Mr. Hibb. I have a motion to, for Bowie Hogg for TASB Director. He's nodding. That seems okay. So, how about a second?
Second the motion.
And a second by Ms. Walton. So please vote. I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm sorry, Ms. Hudson had a question before we. I get that. I get that. Clear them? Okay.
There you go. Now ask people to ask for discussion.
Do what? Is there any discussion? Please vote. All trustees voting in the affirmative. Mr. Hogg, looks like you are going to be the Region 11 TASB Director. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Sullins, and it'll be a distinct honor to serve the AISD to the state of Texas and Texas Association of School Boards. Thank you to my colleagues for the honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, moving right along to action item D, consider sale of school district real property. Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Sullins. I have a resolution authorizing the sale of certain real property on this June 4th, 2015, as the Arlington Independent School District, located here at 1203 West Pioneer Parkway, Arlington, Texas, 76013. Whereas the Board of Trustees of Arlington ISD determines that property is no longer necessary for the operation of the school district and desires to sell property, and whereas the Board of Trustees of Arlington ISD is authorized to sell the surface estate of the property under Section 11.154A of the Texas Education Code, which provides that the Board of Trustees of an independent school district may, by resolution, authorize the sale of any property held in trust for public school purposes. And whereas the Board of Trustees of Arlington ISD is making this resolution for the purposes of authorizing the sale of the surface estate of the property, now, Therefore, be it resolved that Arlington ISD authorizes the sale of the property in accordance with Sections 11.154A of the Texas Education Code and directs the superintendent to take all necessary steps to advertise the sale of the property in accordance with Section 272.001 of the Texas Local Government Code, and be it further resolved that Arlington ISD authorizes the superintendent to negotiate a contract for the sale of the property with the winning bidder, subject to board approval of the final terms of the contract, and be it further resolved that the undersigned president of the Board of Trustees and Arlington ISD is authorized and directed to execute any and all instruments appropriate or necessary to effectuate the sale of the property.
Thank you, Dr. Rosh. We have a motion. Can I get you a glass of water?
I'm good.
A
Thank
second.
you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Dr. Rosh and a second by Mr. Hogg. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, please vote.
That second was easier than the motion.
All trustees voting in the affirmative. The motion passes. Thank you. Next on our agenda this evening is consent. Tonight we'll be considering the items listed on your agenda under consent. Earlier this evening, Ms. Powell's team provided a donation video for us all to see. Thank you, Ms. Powell. We thank the community for their generosity. Ms. Powell?
President Sullins, board members, Dr. Cavazos, we have donations on the agenda this evening, and they total $173,939. That brings our year-to-date total to $804,928. We also have 5 bids on the agenda this evening for consideration, and in all cases, the administration recommends the lowest bids and the bids that represent the best value to the district.
Thank you very much. And before we move forward, are there any items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda? Seeing none? Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, I didn't have a motion. Okay.
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Really not as easy as it. Have a motion. Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. I appreciate that. Do we have a second? Okay, Dr. Reich. Okay, I didn't hear that. So motion by Mr. Hibbs and a second by Dr. Reich. No discussion, no extra buttons, no extra lights, no extra anything. That's all
Ms.
kinds
Sullins,
of
you
awesome.
haven't hit the wrong button on the board yet, which I did multiple times my first time.
Thanks
so.
for jinxing me.
Yeah.
Then it looks like we can indeed vote. All trustees voting in the affirmative, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to discussion A, the preliminary 2015-2016 budget. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Sullins, and at this time we'd like to present the preliminary budget. This is part of our budget cycle, and so Cindy Powell will present that information.
Good evening. Again, President Sullins, board members, Dr. Cavazos. This is the first step of several that we'll take over the coming weeks to adopt the budget for next week. And before we start any of the presentation, I would be very remiss and unappreciative if I did not recognize the efforts of everyone who was involved in this. This is a monumental task every year that takes months to complete. Campus personnel, from secretaries to principals, department administrators participate in this. The HR department does a tremendous job. And they spend months planning and carrying out the staffing process. And then we have senior staff that spends a tremendous amount of time reviewing new position requests. And then we spend time every year with our Financial Features Committee. We present the budget information to our DIDC. And then most especially, I have to thank my staff, Carla Eubank, who is a budget specialist, Mandy Mew, our budget director, and Tony Drollinger, our executive director of finance. This is the group that puts this together, and to pull all these pieces together into what you see here this evening takes literally months. And it seems like every year, for whatever reason, it becomes later and later and later. The years that the legislature meets, we never know, literally until the very last week of the session, what our state funding is going to be. We have to wait on the appraisal district for values, and so the big pieces come at the last minute, and then it creates a lot of hurry up for us, but they always do a fantastic job, and we wouldn't be having the discussion this evening if it wasn't for the work that they've done, so I thank them very much. Moving on, you each have a notebook that you received that has it has the detailed budget packet in it, and also has a copy of this presentation. The presentation that we're going to see this evening is very summarized, and we try not to get too far down in the weeds because you really can lose the forest for the trees if you're not careful with this. And so we will answer all the detailed questions you'd like. We'll try to keep the presentation itself at a pretty high level to then move forward and say, okay, here are additional considerations, and here are decisions we need to make and the dollars we have to work with to make those decisions. In looking at our timeline, I want to share with you very briefly how this will play out. Tonight we will focus on the general operating fund, and that's the fund that we all know literally pays for the day-to-day operations of the district. There are other funds that we will adopt a budget for. We will bring budgets for those beginning next week for the board to see, and that is the natural gas fund, the debt service fund, the construction fund, food service fund. So tonight really is mostly about the general operating fund. We will take a look at the preliminary budget this evening. We will also talk about compensation, and we'll talk about new position requests. Following the discussion then on the preliminary budget, there's also an item on the agenda for discussion action to review the FFC recommendations that were presented to you in late April. Next Tuesday we'll come back. That's when we'll bring budgets for the other funds. We'll continue our discussion on the general operating fund. And at that meeting, a very key thing has to happen, and that is we need the board to vote on a proposed tax rate. And always try to be very clear with this. This is not the tax rate that's being adopted. It's the proposed rate that we will publish in the paper. We're required to publish a notice for a hearing that we have to have on the budget and the proposed tax rate. So before we publish that notice in the paper, we ask the board to tell us what they want that proposed tax rate to be. So that will take place next week. Then we will publish that notice in the paper. That notice has to be published for 10 days before the hearing. So the earliest that we can adopt the budget then is at that last week of June. June 25th is when we have a meeting tentatively scheduled. June 18th, we can continue our discussion on any of the funds as necessary and on any of these topics we're going to cover this evening. June 25th, then, we will hold that public hearing to discuss the proposed budget and the tax rate, and we would ask the board to consider any final adjustments to the budget and then approve the budget. By law, we have to have a budget adopted by June 30th because our fiscal year begins July 1. So we are working towards that. July 25th is when we'll actually receive our certified property values from the Tarrant Appraisal District, and we adopt the tax rate after that. So the tax rate we would anticipate bringing to you all in August for adoption. All right, so we also now want to start the conversation with a quick look at where we are this year and how we think that we're going to end this year. And so the column on the left is the budget that was adopted for the 14-15 year. And again, this is in millions. It's very summarized information to try to hone in on the key points here. The budget that we adopted had an operating surplus of about $1 million. The board then chose to use surplus fund balance to build what is now named Patrick Elementary in the far east part of the district. And so that is not an operating expense that came out of current year revenues, it came out of fund balance. So we show that below the line, if you will. And so when you actually look at our audit report at the end of the year, it will show that we had a deficit, but only because we had to expend funds that we already had in fund balance, surplus funds. So I'll point that out to you. So we projected that the ending fund balance would be $168 million. The next column, the 14-15 projection, is where we think we'll actually end the year when we hit June 30th of this year. And you can see that we performed better than we had anticipated. Our revenues are about $5.7 million higher than we had originally budgeted. That's primarily because our certified property values came in higher than we had originally expected when we adopted the budget. We also had repayments from a SECO loan, an energy conservation loan program that we were involved in. It works kind of like a grant. You spend the money, then they basically reimburse you for that. They give you the funding for that, and then we repay that loan over a period of time as the savings from those projects generate savings to our utility accounts. So that reimbursement was higher than we had expected. On the expenditure side, we also did better there. We had our typical variances in most of our categories, the big one being payroll. We also had some balances in some strategic plan funding budget that also contributed to that. So all in all, we are ending the year looking at the operating surplus. We think we will end the year with about a $15 million surplus instead of that $1 million surplus. In terms of that new elementary school, work is continuing on that. We will open school in August, and so the school will be finished in time to open school in August. Not all of the expense will be incurred by June 30th. We have the furnishings and the equipment coming in now, and that will continue into July. Likewise, the final construction expenditures will occur after the new year starts. So what we anticipate here is that we will spend around $18 million in the current fiscal year on the school, and the remainder of the construction costs and the furnishing the building will fall into the new year, and you'll see that in just a minute on the preliminary budget. With all that said, we expect to end this year with an ending fund balance of $185.8 million. Property values is obviously very important to us. Our revenues come to us through two sources, and we're no different than any other school district in Texas in that regard. You either get your property or your revenues from property taxes and from state aid. There are lots of variations in there as far as the percentage split, but we all get our money from either property taxes or from state aid. We get preliminary values in mid-May from the Tarrant Appraisal District, and we use those values then and project forward to the July 25th value. And we have a very long history, literally years, decades, of looking at how those values tend to change between when we first see them in May and when they're certified July 25th. They change because people will appeal their values, and this is when those appeals are taking place. The Tarrant Appraisal District also completes some of its work. There's some of the work that they tell us at this point is it's labeled, classified as incomplete. And so that work will be finished by the time we get to July 25th. All that said, the values that we received this year in May from TAD total $23.6 billion property values. And we have projected that that value may drop off by about 4% between now and July 25th. If that occurs as we expect, then we will have certified values of approximately $22.6 billion, and that's about a 3.9% increase over last year's certified values. Certainly if you drive around town, you see some new development. About 14% of this growth is from new construction. The rest of it is reappraisals. With our preliminary values, we begin to think about tax rates. And we actually have two parts of the tax rate. We have the maintenance and operations rate, or M&O rate, and we also have the rate that is set to repay bonds. and two very distinct purposes there. By law, on the M&O side, $1.04 is the highest rate that a board can levy without going to the voters for a tax ratification election. We can actually set our rate as high as $1.17, but to set it over any fraction of a penny over $1.04, we would have to have a tax ratification election. We are not proposing that. We don't need to do that, so we anticipate that our M&O rate for the upcoming year will be $1.04. On the debt side, we know that we have to levy a tax to repay the principal and interest payments that we'll make in the upcoming year. We will have a bond sale that we'll be bringing to the board June 25th, asking the board to approve that particular sale of bonds. So we have been working with First Southwest, our financial advisors, and they are modeling the impact of that bond sale. Some of those bonds we'll have to make principal and interest payments on in the upcoming year. So based on their model, based on those preliminary property values that we've received, we are estimating that the tax rate on the debt side may be 37 cents, just a tick over 37 cents. And to give you a point of comparison, last year, ahead of the bond election, as we talked to people around the community, we said that we anticipated that the rate, the debt rate, could rise to as much as 40 cents beginning in this upcoming year for a period of 5 years. So this already is 3 cents better than we thought a year ago, and it's because our property values have risen more than we forecast, and then also interest rates are still low, and so we're enjoying that right now. So this number will likely change once we get our certified property values, and we'll firm that up, but this is our first estimate at the debt service rate at this point. So, and again, the board will not adopt a tax rate until August. Next week on Tuesday night, we will ask the board to vote on a proposed rate for us to publish in our notice that has to go in the paper. All right, so just to give you an idea as to what that may mean, that 6 cent tax increase might mean for next year. For someone who owns a $100,000 home, it's $4.39 a month more in taxes that they would pay if we adopt that 37 cent rate that we talked about just a moment ago. And again, we'll adopt that rate in August. This chart simply shows a history of tax rates, and in 2007, that was the first year after the legislature adopted our current school financing system, and the legislature mandated that everybody drop their rates. And so prior to that, the blue portion of the bar for most districts, including us, was $1.50. And so the legislature required that everybody reduce their M&O rate by 1/3. Beginning in 2007, and it was a 2-year process. So you can see that our tax rate that we're proposing even for next year is less than the rate that we were paying in 2007. And moving on to the general fund budget itself, in that packet, in that notebook you have inside the primary budget document behind the number schedules are several pages, I believe that starts on page 10, that explain changes from last year's original budget to the preliminary budget that we're looking at tonight, line by line. And I'm not going to go through all of those. We're going to hit highlights of how the budget was built and big things impacting the budget, but there's a lot of detail in that packet that can be very helpful. In terms of looking at the budget, again, looking at the operating revenues and expenses, you can see that the column that is highlighted in gold is the preliminary budget. And so we are budgeting at the moment $496.6 million in revenues and $482.2 million in expenses. So our operating surplus at the moment is $14.4 million. And again, that compares to about a $1 million operating expense, or surplus rather, in the 14-15 year. Again, as I explained a minute ago, we're going to finish construction on Patrick Elementary, and so we have still some cost in this year's upcoming budget to do that. That project is within budget, so it's just a matter of finishing out the work that we've committed to do and spending the dollars that had already been committed within our fund balance. So once that expenditure is incurred, if we were to adopt the budget today, based on what's in there, you would still have a $4.7 million, a $9.7 million surplus, and that would bring the fund balance to $195.5 million at the end of next year. So just to cover the highlights of what is in the budget and how we base the budget, the revenues are based on those estimated property values that we've received from Tarrant Appraisal District and our estimate rolling those forward to July 25th. We expect that those values will be about 3.9% higher than they were to start the current year. And then we also are basing our state aid on current funding laws and the new money that the state legislature has appropriated into those formulas. They did not change the formulas themselves, but they appropriated more money into the existing formulas. And so we will benefit from that. The expectation is that we would wind up with about $12 million more state aid in this upcoming year than we would have if the legislature had not increased the basic allotment. So that is certainly helpful to us. State aid, though, is also reduced. It's a net effect here by $4 million, because in the current year we received a one-time $4 million payment from the state to offset a new mandate for a payment to TRS. In the last legislative session, the legislature mandated that every school district start paying a new supplemental contribution to TRS, and it's 1.5% of your payroll. They allocated money to pay that, to offset that contribution in the first year. So the 2014-15 year was the first year we all had to start making that contribution, and the state basically covered that for us this year. They were very clear in the last session that this would be a one-time offset, and it has been a one-time offset. So there's no money appropriated at the state level going forward to cover that new mandated contribution. So we're on the hook for that now. So that becomes a very large unfunded mandate. So our state aid, while it went up with the new money that the state put into the basic allotment, it's also been reduced by this one-time payment that we will not have next year. Student enrollment is down. We're projecting it to be down just a little bit over the current year, or from the current year, and we use those enrollment counts to staff. And so the whole theory is, and it always works out, is that if you are good with your enrollment projections and you staff to your enrollment projections, you'll be fine. What you don't ever want to do is over-project your enrollment and then overstaff, and the kids aren't here. The kids help us generate state aid. And so then you have teachers who have contracts and you're not generating the state aid you expected, so that's a problem. So we're very careful with our enrollment projections, and then HR does a very good job of sticking to those in the staffing process. So we have a net change in teacher FTEs of a little over 46, and that includes staffing for the second cohort of kids at the early college high school, the specialty teachers for the Fine Arts Dual Language Academies, the STEM Academy at Martin, and other various changes throughout the district. We added dyslexia last year with the budget. We are projecting to expand the dyslexia program a bit this year. So all that goes into the mix, and we're projecting 46, a net increase of 46 teachers. Another thing contributing to that is that second bullet there. The board in February approved a change in the staffing ratio for 6th grade. We used to staff at 30 students to one teacher. The board approved a change making that 26-1, and that had an impact of about 21 teachers for us. And then we also a little change on staffing ratio for kindergarten TAs. I believe that had a very minor impact on actual staffing, but that was all part of the mix. Also included already in this preliminary budget is an estimate of $552,000 based on new rates for substitutes and for extra duty rates that this board approved at the last meeting. So that is already in there. There is no salary increase built into the budget at all, and we'll show you some information here in a few minutes on what a salary increase might cost the district. The campus allotments are based on those enrollment projections. The campuses get a per student amount of money, and then they budget that as they deem appropriate on their campus. They pay for everything other than personnel and for utilities and for custodial supplies and copier maintenance. They're responsible for those other things. We take care of the things I just mentioned, the staffing, the utilities, the custodial supplies, the copier maintenance, which is a significant cost. No funds are included in this upcoming budget for strategic plan initiatives. Our current strategic plan was a 3-year plan, and each of those 3 years there were items in the budget tracked very specifically to strategic plan initiatives. And so in this 3rd year that we are wrapping up of the current strategic plan, there was $2.8 million in the budget for strategic plan initiatives. We'll be working on a new 5-year strategic plan, and that will be adopted in the fall. And if there are initiatives, new initiatives that are not already provided for in some of the work that we've already put into the budget, we'll come back to the board with an amendment at that point. We did that the first year too of the current strategic plan. Other things to highlight that are in the budget, the academic services priorities. This is something we did a little differently this year, and I'm very pleased with it, and I think we'll continue to refine it, and it will become a better process even going forward. Dr. Wirtz brought his entire organization together, all the department heads, along with the senior finance staff. And we met 3 times, I believe. They met some additional times beyond the times that we were together, and these were lengthy meetings where collectively the academic services organization identified priorities. Dr. Wirtz has made a presentation to the board. He made the same presentation to Financial Futures Committee on what those priorities are. It was all based on data that pointed very clearly to needs, and then the group collectively identified strategies and plans to address those needs. And then we built the budget around those strategies and plans. And so I think it makes for a much better quality product. It's much more aligned with what we know our needs are, and it guides the work better even, and beyond just looking at the dollars. The work is going to be much more focused and deliberate. And so I think that is something, that's the thing we did this year that I'm most pleased with, and I think we'll continue to get better at that. So the budget has in it things for those academic services priorities, and I want to be real clear that these are not all net additions to the budget. There's a lot of work that is done every year by the core content areas in terms of training and curriculum writing, what have you. We just did a much better job of aligning those things and articulating them inside of the budget. So there are a total of $3.6 million of what's in the budget is tagged to these different academic services priorities. And I'm going to run through these very quickly. I'll back up even and say the 4 academic services priorities are the areas of quality Tier 1 instruction, college and career readiness, inclusive education, and bond initiatives. So under quality Tier 1 instruction, that includes various things: the curriculum management system, a very significant curriculum rewrite, student assessment and program evaluations, a significant amount of professional learning, K-6 math and literacy framework, continued work on the instructional model. And so the things there that have a budget impact include extra duty for curriculum writing and for assessment developments and for the K-6 math and literacy framework. We also have training for the online learning platform and technology integration, which was a primary focus out of the curriculum audit. Under college and career readiness, that work includes revision of elementary school gifted and talented program model. Early college high school is accepting its second cohort of students, 125 students, and then the STEM Academy will accept its first cohort of students of approximately 125 students. And then languages other than English, we're developing a FLESH program and World Language Clubs at the elementary level. And so budget impacts there include the teachers for early college high school and the STEM Academy, a FLESH teacher at Bebency Elementary, and then development of UTA STEM coursework. Under inclusive education, this includes in services for students with with disabilities, the special ed area. Also includes students who are English language learners, response to intervention, and so you can see various things there that target special needs of some of our students. And some budget impact there includes, again, training and universal screener software. Teachers training and materials for expanded dyslexia services, including Esperanza, which is a bilingual dyslexia program, and continued professional development. Under bond initiatives, we have some programming initiatives that we're focused on here, not the operating costs associated with the bond program, but in terms of the bond initiatives, programming initiatives, we're launching our Fine Arts Dual Language Academies, elementary STEM labs at several schools, and budget impact there, again, teachers for the academies, and then professional development, curriculum writing, and materials for the Fine Arts Dual Language Academies, TAs for the new elementary STEM labs, and professional development on the elementary STEM programs. We'll be working with elementary teachers to develop that program. And as more schools come online in the next 2 years, that work will continue. And then also application, possible membership and training for middle years IB program at Workman Junior High. In terms of bond operating costs, there's an impact on the budget this upcoming year. It's a positive one in terms of dollars, as we've consolidated Hutch and Hutchison into Workman, and we will no longer operate Hutchison as a freestanding building. We have some cost savings there. Some of those positions that are unique to a campus, such as a principal, a secretary, a librarian, a nurse, that we will not have at Hutchison, because Hutchison, those kids have moved to Workman. We'll have some savings there, as well as operating that building itself. Similar thing with Ferguson. Ferguson will be consolidated to Owsley, and so we'll have some savings on operations there at Ferguson, one less principal, one less school secretary, et cetera. We will have some additional utility cost at Workman in the upcoming year, as we have temporary buildings there while construction is taking place. But the net impact of these changes in terms of operations is $1 million for the 2015-16 school year. I'll also mention here that not associated with the bond program, but back to the construction of the new elementary school, we have costs added into the budget for a new principal, the new school secretary, the librarian, et cetera, at Patrick Elementary, and cost of operating that building. The tax increment finance zone is something that has a kind of a unique twist to it this year. A TIF is an economic development zone, and AISD is part of 2 different TIFs. One is the downtown Arlington TIF, and one is a TIF along I-20 just east of 360, where the mall is mainly on I-20. And that TIF is going to close September 30th. And so we will not have to make a TIF payment to the Grand Prairie TIF in the next year. And so when they close that TIF out, there's a balance remaining in the funds for that TIF, and those funds will be distributed back to the taxing entities that are members of the TIF. And we've been told by the City of Grand Prairie staff as recently as last week that our portion of that refund is expected to be about $5.2 million. So that is shown as a miscellaneous revenue. That's a one-time revenue that we will have in this upcoming year. All right, so back then to the slide we looked at a few minutes ago. This is, again, just that same summary slide where you can see the operating surplus highlighted in green in the middle of the slide. We have a $14.4 million operating surplus at the moment, and then you see the estimated cost that will continue on the new elementary school. And so if all this plays out, just as if it was the budget were adopted just as it sits today, we ultimately would wind up with an ending fund balance at the end of next year of about $195.5 million. And that is a very strong, very healthy fund balance. Credit rating agencies want to see that you have at least 2 months of operating expense in fund balance. And the way that the budget is drafted at the moment, we would have over 4.5 months worth of operating expenses in fund balance. You need a strong fund balance as you go into the fall period for cash flow. And during the fall, we don't get our tax revenues yet. And we get some state aid, but not all of it. And yet we have payrolls to meet and operating costs to meet in that period. And so you use your fund balance to cover you until you hit January, when all of a sudden you get all your property tax revenue for the year. So other items that we should consider now on top of what is in the general or in the preliminary budget are compensation and new positions. In terms of compensation, last year the district had the Texas Association of School Boards, or TASB, conduct a comprehensive salary market study. And the board made adjustments to salaries for a number of people in March a year ago based on the findings from that salary market study. The board committed then, very wisely, that going forward we would have TASB review our pay ranges every year to make sure that our pay ranges themselves stay aligned to market. Our pay ranges themselves were not aligned to market last year. So with that salary market study last year, TASB gave us an entire new salary structure. So we had new pay ranges for all of our jobs. We have asked TASB to look at our pay ranges again now this spring. They have done that and make sure that they are aligned to market. They have identified some changes that need to be made. And I will say that a lot of years, most years, there will be some adjustments that do need to be made to your salary ranges to make sure that you're keeping up, because as entities and businesses give raises, everybody keeps moving up, and so you need your pay ranges to likewise reflect that, to stay aligned to the market. TASB identified some ranges that needed to be adjusted, and the amount of the adjustment varied. Generally, the increases ranged anywhere from about 1% up to 4% to keep the ranges themselves aligned with market. In visiting with them and looking at data that they've given us, they've indicated that a salary increase of at least 2% should keep us competitive with the market. So what we've calculated here, you can see the estimated cost of varying degrees of raises. These raises are calculated on actual salaries, and so an actual a raise on actual salaries of 1% will cost the district about $3.3 million. And then you can just kind of do the math from there for whatever increment above that you want to talk about. So a 3% raise would cost about $9.9 million. Proposed teacher salary range would be $51,000 to $71,000, would keep us competitive. The other item that I showed you a moment ago, that additional considerations would be new positions. We have 82 positions that we are recommending to the board that we add into the budget. Those are not built into the budget yet. Okay, so this is a list. This would be an additional consideration. And I'm not going to go through every one of these. They're broken down here between professional and then the admin support, technical, and auxiliaries is the second group. We have dyslexia teachers, and that includes 6 dyslexia teachers and also 2 bilingual dyslexia teachers for a total of 8 to expand our dyslexia program. We have STEM Academy teachers. There are 3 that are handled here. The other 2 related to the STEM Academy have been accommodated through the staffing process just based on the enrollment projections that we've given to HR. So there are 3 additional beyond what Martin High School got for the STEM Academy at staffing. Reading teachers for junior high schools, there are 6. Teacher support interventionist, behavior interventionist, assistant principals for Jones Academy, and the Arlington Collegiate High School. That school opened last year without an assistant principal, and we had recognized that as they add cohorts that they would need that additional administrative capacity there. So there's an additional position there. Coordinator for professional learning and a senior programmer and analyst. That would be for the accountability planning and testing department to help compile data, analyze data, generate the data, process the data that we need to share with our schools, our teachers, our academic services areas. We had several positions you'll see here, and then also in the other category related to plant services. We had 2 different independent studies done, one on custodial services and one on maintenance services, that made recommendations for our operations. They looked first and said, you are operating very efficiently and should continue your operations, and there are some positions that you need to consider adding in order to perform your functions more effectively. And so we prioritize those recommendations, and so what you see here are the prioritized recommendations. We also have a specialist for the fine arts elementary program and transformational learning. As we expand fine arts into the academies, we need additional assistance there. Plus, we have a gap there in terms of fine arts specialists, curriculum specialists with the elementary level. And so we're asking for that position. An internal communication specialist, 1 more diagnostician, a coordinator for instructional technology, again, helping us continue to integrate technology into the classroom. 2 positions then in the technology area, a network specialist and a server specialist. In terms of the admin support, the auxiliary positions, there are a couple of clerks, 1 for Jones Academy, 1 for plant services for operations. The SHARS clerk, that's a Medicaid program. There's a lot of administrative responsibility with that program. It generates about $3.7 million worth of revenue for us, federal revenues that go into the general fund. And so we are needing a clerk to help us manage that so we can maximize those revenues. Secretaries, ARD clerks, this is something that we think will help us improve efficiencies in having ARD clerks assist our diagnosticians rather than having diagnosticians having to focus so much of their time on administrative record keeping. A professional development records manager, special ed classroom TAs at 2 schools, and then STEM lab managers. As we open our new STEM labs, we have a need for 2 in this upcoming year, and then that will be for that is for Patrick and for Dr. Wirtz, the STEM. At Adams, thank you. They have the STEM labs. We will be constructing STEM labs at the Fine Arts Dual Language Academies over the next year. They will open the following year. We will also be, the first round of schools, there will be a group of 14 that are all in one package. And so when that work completes, we'll have needs for others. So as we go forward in future years, you'll see us add or seek to add a STEM lab manager, a classroom teaching type position at all of our elementary schools. We also have custodial foreman, maintenance leads, sewer technician, HVAC technician, heating and air conditioning zone leads, bus drivers, campus security officers. You'll see in a few minutes when we get into FFC, FFC made a recommendation that we look at our high schools to see if we needed any additional security officers based on unique needs. Our security department has completed that review, and we have identified that we need another 8 officers. So we're recommending 8 officers here. So 46 in this category, total again of 82 positions. This slide shows in 3 different columns what the budget would look like if those positions are all approved and we give a raise. And the first column shows the impact of a 2% raise. Second column shows the impact of a 2.5% raise. Third column shows the impact of a 3% raise. And so you can read, just read across the second green line across the bottom shows what that operating surplus would look like if you apply each one of these different raises. So with the 2% raise, we'd wind up in the new positions with a $4.7 million surplus. A 2.5% raise in new positions would be, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong line. On the 2% raise, that'd be a $3.7 million surplus. The 2.5% raise would be a $2.1 million surplus. And with a 3% raise in the new positions, you'd still have a $400,000 surplus. So you can see the effects of that. Again, next steps, this is very similar to the first slide we looked at tonight. The focus is the general fund. In a few minutes, we'll also revisit FFC recommendations, and I'll point out how FFC recommendations are reflected in the preliminary budget. June 18th, we'll have a proposed budget to bring back to you all, and at that point, continue the conversation. June 25th, it would be the earliest that we can adopt the budget. We would hold our public hearing that evening and hopefully adopt the budget. We'll get our certified values July 25th and adopt the tax rate in August. There are some other expenses that we're still evaluating. They're more equipment type needs, one-time type purposes for some equipment and some services that we're not ready to bring to the board. We want to wait until we see those certified property values and see how we close out the current year. And as appropriate, we may be bringing those back later in August or September also for consideration. But with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. What a remarkable job. Every year the budget comes forth, your team, Mr. Drollinger, Ms. Mew, present a comprehensive first look at the budget and give us a lot of information along the way. Trustees with questions, Mr. Hibbs is up first.
Thank you, Ms. Sellens. Appreciate that. This is the greatness of our finance accounting department. I mean, the job. There's no one, I think, anywhere that can say, you guys ever miss a beat. You're always on top, and the information that you bring to us is always straightforward. You continuously win awards because of your accounting practices. It's an amazing, amazing thing, and I appreciate it. So with the proposed new positions, we're looking at 82. Mm-hmm. So the great thing about that we really need to be telling the world is that Arlington is hiring. We're growing. We want to increase. We're taking a lot of load off of so many different areas. We're providing bus drivers for transportation to these new fine art academies and such that we have in. Each one of you know that the dyslexia program is something that's near and dear to my heart, and seeing the ability for us to have additional instructors, 8 teachers in all, and 2 of them being bilingual is a great leap forward, because we've always been known for as a district that takes in so many children from other areas that have special needs, and dyslexia program has been one of them for a long time. I appreciate the estimated impact for the additional considerations, and specifically in the area of arrays. The way you've spelled this out is very easy for us to be able to look at those slides, and sitting with only a 2% raise and still sitting with a surplus of $3.7 million really doesn't give our teachers anything to write home about. It's saying you love us, but you don't really love us enough, is what I want to come back to say. But I really appreciate, and folks, this presentation was shown to the Finance Committee, and it was the desire of the administration and the Finance Department to see what we can get to. I mean, how high can we go without being in a deficit situation? That 3% is something that I think would be good for our district. We're cutting it slim at that $400,000, but we have a fund balance. If needed, we still have the ability to find money somewhere else. But that 3%, I think, would go a long way in addressing some of the concerns that was brought by our earlier speaker tonight. From a Finance Committee and from what from the administration, I think we're all looking and saying we want to shoot for that 3%. We might even have that opportunity to do that tonight. We can't do it now because it's only a discussion item. But I think that we might have the opportunity before the night's over to be able to accept a raise of 3% and be able to send our teachers out for summer break with them knowing that they're going to have a pretty substantial increase to their salary next year. So again, I want to thank the staff for everything that you've done. Obviously, I'm not trying to overstate or suggest to the rest of the board members that I want to mandate what we would go forward with, but I think it's a pretty good idea. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Ms. Mays?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Cindy, for doing an excellent job and for pointing out once again that doing the budget for Arlington ISD is huge and how many people are involved in all the different steps. So thank you. We know it was no small task just to even bring this summary of information. A couple of questions that I had was for our new proposed budgets on the slide that has the estimated impact. Okay, this slide right here. The new positions there say 4.1. And on the other slide, it says 3.8. So
this has benefits in it. The slides that you're looking at that list the individual positions, that's base salary only. We calculate the benefits on all the positions, the sum of all that salary together.
Thank you. And then does the benefit increase amount also include that 1.5%?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. And the proposed new positions, does the salary mock what was proposed for the market study already?
Yes. When we price out new positions, we use the midpoint, and so, yes, and we take that off the salary schedules.
Okay. I want to say, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Ms. Walton?
Thank you, Ms. Sullins. I have a question about student enrollment. We're decreasing again this year. Is this a trend, and is there some reason for this that you can share with us?
Well, we've had a couple of years where we've had some small decreases, and we've had several new schools have opened in the area, a couple of charters. We've seen some students leave and go there. We've now seen some of them coming back to us. The models that we use trend out enrollment changes. And so right now, based on the last couple of years, I mean, it's very, very flat and a slight decrease. We try to be careful with those estimates again. Our district is built out for the most part. We have some pockets where there's some regeneration, but we don't have a lot of new neighborhood development taking place. So we take all those things into consideration. We also work, we do projections internally, by campus, by grade. Then we also work with a demographer, and they make projections. And then we sit down with them and we compare our projections and their projections, and we look to see, you know, how close we are. And if there's anything that's very different, we begin to research that to make sure we haven't really missed the mark somewhere. This could easily turn. And I think as our programs for our new offerings, whether that's the STEM academies, the Fine Arts Dual Language academies, and as the early college high school continues to add cohorts, we have a lot to offer. And so I think some of those kids who may have left us the last year or so to go to a charter school, we're already seeing some of them coming back. And I don't know if Dr. Cavazos has anything he wants to add on that note.
I think that's accurate in our recent repurposing of schools for the dual language fine arts, our STEM academy. We're seeing a great interest from non-AISD kind of students applying to try to get in, because we do accept them as well if they meet qualifications and if we have space. Pre-kinder is one that we are aggressively pursuing as well. We know that as the economy improves, less people qualify for pre-K, and that could be a phenomenon as well. But we opened up paid pre-K, for example, which we're allowed to do, so that we can keep attracting and growing pre-K. It's probably one of the areas that has the biggest potential for growth.
That's right. So we might possibly need to add back in the 22 teachers that we won't need, since we're going to have almost 500 students less, which would be about 22 teachers, I guess.
When you start to pick up kids, it depends on where they fall. If we have staffed correctly, we can probably absorb some growth. And then that's something that HR looks at every year after school starts. We wait several weeks into the year for enrollment to kind of settle out. And then we go through a leveling process where we'll look and see, okay, we've got a teacher over here that has a school that has too much capacity, and we need to take a teacher from that campus and put that teacher at this other campus where they're over the mark. So we go through that process. So we try to balance out as best we can within our existing staff, and we watch very carefully before we just start adding back in, because that can get away from you in a hurry, to be very honest. And so we do try to be careful with that. But we have added teachers. We added a few this year where we had to, because we were exceeding the 22-to-1 ratio.
One other question. If somebody could do the math, what would 2 months of operating expenses equal?
It is about $70 million, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. As always, you are on top of everything, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moulton. Dr. Reich?
Thank you, President Sullins. Thank you, Cindy and staff, as usual. Wonderful, wonderful information, huge volume of work. I had a couple of questions. One is on the STEM lab managers. Those, I don't believe, were included in our recurring expenses that we
No,
anticipated from the bond.
This is a program cost. What we had computed was the cost to operate buildings, and so if we make other decisions as we move along about the programs themselves, then you're right, that was not part of that original cost to operate facilities.
Okay. Okay, that might be something for us to consider in the future, what the actual program impact to the budget is as well. With that, and I don't know how many campuses, elementary campuses, 51, okay, I had 54 here, which would be $1.26 million total, so subtract a little bit off of that, it's going to be over $1 million added to the budget. I know when we first discussed this type of idea, one of the things that I had mentioned was partnerships with UTA students or other people to offset and defray costs. Are we aggressively looking at that? I would hate for us to start off with the model of we've got these STEM lab managers and people get comfortable with that versus having an opportunity to offset the budget hit with additional community partnerships and collaborations.
I think the way I would answer that, and Dr. Wirtz, Dr. Cavazos may want to add to this, is that we're going to train people for certain work that needs to take place in those labs, and so as we do that, that may require more of an ongoing committed position instead of students who may not be as consistent in their ability to serve us, and so Dr. Wirtz is limping in.
Good evening. Yeah, the purpose of the STEM lab managers is actually designed to help facilitate the teaching and learning process in the lab, and we will seek out partnerships with UTA and other organizations that will help us with the implementation of the programming. The challenge around using, for example, looking for volunteers or interns from UTA or other places on a consistent basis is the purpose of the lab managers is to help reduce the amount of transition time that takes place between the actual courses. So you'll have teachers come in and out of labs, and what will happen is the lab will sit empty for periods of time because there's no turnaround time for setting the labs up, and teachers will have to spend time setting up the labs in lieu of teaching their students. And so the challenge with facilitating that process using volunteers is that they flow in and out of the buildings so consistently that it would be hard to maintain some continuity across the day. So we do have intentions on seeking out partnerships, but in the function of a STEM lab manager, it would be kind of challenging to accomplish the goal that we have with the volunteer. So.
Okay. Okay. I also have a question on, I see the need with a lot of these positions. I have to digest it a little bit more. What I'm not seeing, when HB 5 went into effect last year, we added however many counseling positions that we did, and at that time we thought that's not going to be enough. I don't see any in here, so two questions. One, is that an indication that we're okay at the, especially at the high school level, junior high school level, but then also at the elementary level, we still have just a counselor for 900 plus students. What discussion has gone into that conversation?
Speak to this again. I think we did not identify a need to add counselors this year. So. Yeah.
There is a formula that we are actually looking at when it comes to counselors at the elementary ranks, and we're in the process of also looking at the roles of the guidance tech and the counselors so that we can provide our counselors with more opportunities to spend their efforts around guidance lessons rather than testing situations. The actual increase of counselors at the high school level has worked and been efficient, and so now we're actually looking at the elementary level for next year. The reason why we didn't bring forward a proposal specifically around elementary right now is because we have to evaluate the role of the counselor and the guidance tech first, and that's our first step, is actually distinguishing their two roles so that we can give counselors more opportunities in the classrooms. But we don't necessarily have a need right now to add counselors specifically at the elementary ranks, but we're going to be evaluating that process next school year to see if it's a proposal that we need to bring forward in the next budget season.
So between now and beginning of fall semester, you're going to, I guess, redesign the job descriptions then?
Well, what we're doing, between now and the fall, what we're doing is we're evaluating the role of the guidance tech and the counselors, and we're going to provide guidance to the campuses about which portions of the jobs belong to which two groups. And the effort behind that is to help increase the amount of time and opportunities that counselors will have to interface with students in guidance lessons, and to maximize the use of the guidance techs and the testing facilitators are at the elementary ranks. Once that's in place, we can evaluate how that process is going and then determine whether additional counselors or needs are at the elementary level. And that recommendation would come forward in the next budget season.
Okay. Okay. And one more question, and while you're there, you might be able to help answer. I was very excited to hear the consolidated budget review with you and your team. One of the things that excited me about that was the opportunity to perhaps create efficiencies and budget savings. And I know that there's efficiencies that have been discussed, and I don't know if it would be you or Ms. Powell that could actually talk about what, in dollars, the efficiencies that were realized and then likely, I guess, reallocated. But do you have information about that? Because I know that was one of the things that we were all excited about.
The total that is in the budget is, like I said, for academic services priorities does not represent net increase. I think the actual increase in those department budgets was very small. And I'm going to stay away from quoting an exact number because that'll get me in trouble. But what we saw, me, Tony, Mandy, Carly, that truly is different is in years past we would do department budget reviews one at a time. Department administrator would come in and they would budget money for a particular, for staff development or for curriculum writing. And then the next department would come in and it would have something that we thought was very similar. And we, in some places, identified where there was some overlap there, and we would make adjustments if we found those. By having everyone together, we avoided any kind of overlap, and we aligned the work itself. And so, again, I can't tell you dollar for dollar necessarily what that efficiency was that we captured and then reallocated back, but I can tell you that we saw a much a more probably a global look at the budget collectively and agreement on what the priorities were. We even went through an exercise where the departments broke into groups, the administrators did, and prioritized the requests that the work that individual departments had identified that they needed to do. So we prioritized it against those four broad areas even. So I think that not only have we achieved efficiency inside the budget, we're going to have a much better focused work plan for the next few years. And I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is what she's describing. When we looked at all the work across all the departments, we then prioritized high priority, medium priority, or low priority work, so that when it came down time to actually design the budget, when we had to make decisions about what was going to actually impact our work in a positive way and what other things were more wishes that we would like to use, we knew which places to start, and we did it in a way that was transparent, so all members of all departments knew what all the players at each of the departments knew what was actually happening, and it informed the work because now they knew where there was some interdependence and some cross-department collaboration possibilities. Rather than having worked in isolation in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very good. All right. At this time, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rush. I see no further lights this evening. Thank you very much for the presentation this evening, Ms. Powell. It's a great comprehensive overview, and I know we will be looking at the budget for the next couple of weeks. Oh, sure. Sure. Mr. Hogg.
I'm sorry, Ms. Solons. I meant to hit my light. Ms. Powell, and Mr. Hibbs, I agree with you. I think when the FFC comes up, we should definitely look at going ahead and approving that 3%. Ms. Powell, could I ask for also, just so we can show over the last, it doesn't have to be 5 years, maybe 3 or 5 years, every raise we've done, because we've done a couple
yes,
mid-years. And can you just give us a report? She has it?
I don't have it
Oh,
here, but yes.
we're
can-
so used to you automatically having
Sorry.
everything. I'm sorry, Ms. Powell, you're only shooting 99% right now.
I'm sorry.
Even Wayne Gretzky missed a shot every now and then. So, but I think that's just something for the board to consider as we come up in budget. Look, they're working on it.
I think we've got it, and I think it's
I don't think we have to see it tonight. I'd rather you have you guys make sure. I just think it's something valuable for us to be able to see over the last 3 to 5 years exactly every time we've made a salary increase,
we have a
especially with
chart-
some of the mid-years we've done.
Yeah, we have a chart that we put in our budget book each year that has that history in it, so it's easy to get.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Thank you, Ms. Powell. It's a great overview. And we, oh, sorry. Sorry, Ms. Powell. Every time I turn around, there's another light pops up here. Ms. Walton.
I just want to clarify that before we start promising any sort of raise, that there be a little more time and a little more discussion. I'm not sure that 3% is enough, especially in light of what our fund balance still looks like. So I would like to examine that a little further before we nail that down.
And we do have the raise chart if you want me to read those off.
Sure. Love
Sure,
to see it.
sure.
I'd also like to, if just make sure it's sent to us also so we can evaluate it.
All right, we go back to 2005, 2006. That year, there was a 3% raise. The next year was a large increase, and I'll have to read the footnote here. It was 8.6%. That was a year that the state adjusted some funding and mandated a raise. Right. What has always been referred to as the Fab 5 educator group. The next year, similarly, it was 5.9%. I think there was an adjustment there as well from the state. In 2008, 2009, it was 2%. Following year was 2.8%. 10-11 was 2.09%. There was no raise in the 11-12 year. In the 12-13 year, there was a 2% increase. 13-14 was 3%. In the spring, the adjustments we did through the salary market study added about 1% total in terms of dollars to the salary budget. And then 14-15, the raise was 2%.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. We can move on to our next discussion item, discussion B, which is legislative update. And no, Dr. Cavazos, start with, but if you.
Ms. Powell has a legislative update that she'd like to share with the board.
All right. And the very best news about this is it's the last one. All right.
You think it's over.
It is.
We can still have a conference call in the morning, though, right?
No, I've already canceled that, so you'll be getting that text. But once again, board members and President Solons, Dr. Cavazos, I am going to try to wrap up what we think happened, and I will say that we will spend the next few months learning exactly what happened. We have some very major bills in each of the categories that were part of our legislative agenda, and we'll hit those highlights, but it will literally be several months. We'll get information from TASB and from TASA, from Moat Casey and Associates, from the Texas School Alliance and others, and other individual organizations as we, everybody tries to digest the details of bills, and as rules, administrative rules are written. And as we've come to learn over the years, a lot of the devil is in the detail, and so you have to watch what happens with the rules, even as the rules are written to implement the law. So we had 3 overriding objectives with our legislative agenda: local control, preserving the provisions of House Bill 5 that was passed in the last session, and relief from unfunded mandate. We had 5 categories of items in our legislative agenda, and they centered around accountability and assessment, school finance, school choice, and pre-K. Just some tidbits about the session. The session ended June 1st. There were a total of 6,276 bills introduced. Of those, 1,322 actually passed. Out of terms of education, education bills that were tracked by different organizations that help us all digest what is impacting education. There were 1,024 education bills tracked. The governor now has 20 days to either sign bills that passed into law or veto them. And so that deadline will be June 21st. Different just miscellaneous pieces of information. We worked very hard in communicating with our legislators throughout the session on specific bills that would impact us. We filed written testimony on 67 different bills. And I believe, I don't have an exact count on the last session, but I think we were in the 50 range, somewhere in the 50s in the last session. So we have an increase in the number of bills that we filed testimony on. We gave oral testimony on 2 bills. Dr. Cavazos on one, and at that time, President Bowie Hogg gave testimony on a bill during committee hearings. We made legislative office visits and communicated with our legislators to try to educate them on matters that were important to us. And we even had an opportunity to meet with the chairman of the House Public Ed Committee before the legislative session started and share our agenda with them. And I think all that effort paid off.
We also met with Lieutenant Governor
yes,
and his staff, Dr.
yes,
Cavazos and I did, to
yes.
actually find something we saw eye to eye on.
All right, and again, hitting highlights of some bills we've talked about along the way that were considered major bills within those umbrella areas inside of our legislative agenda. Under accountability and assessment, I'll point out 3 bills. House Bill 2804 is the accountability bill. This bill will actually change the way that accountability ratings are assigned and the ratings themselves. This takes effect in the ratings take effect in 17-18, but the districts and campuses will be rated on 5 domains, and you see them listed here. And those different domains will carry different weights in the rating system. The state assessment-based measures, those are the STAR test, end-of-course exams, and that will receive 55% of the weight. And domains 1 through 3 include performance on those exams and progress measures on those exams as well. Domain 4 is non-test-based information, and examples of that at the high school level: completion rates, dropout rates, graduation rates, percentage of kids earning distinguished achievement, endorsements, career tech completion, dual credit, APIB participation, etc. At the elementary and middle school level, it's attendance and dropout rates primarily. Then Domain 5, those are locally generated community and student-based engagements. I believe each district picks 3 of those from a list and says we want to be rated on this. And then each campus and the district will receive a letter grade for each domain and then an overall letter grade. And again, this takes effect in 17-18 year. House Bill 1164 is an assessment bill. It has to do with writing assessment, and that one kind of changed as the session went on. And what we wound up with was a bill that now requires TEA to do a study and to develop a new writing assessment for grades 4 and 7, and then the English 1 and 2 into course exams. That work has to happen in this upcoming year, and then the following 2 years they will pilot that. And so the new test has to assess kids' mastery of the TEKS through timed writing samples, improvement, measuring improvement from the beginning of the year to the end of the year in terms of writing skills, ability to follow the writing process all the way from a rough draft to a final product, and the ability to produce more than one writing style. And then TEA is required to report back to the legislature annually on progress with this. House Bill 1842 is actually awaiting signature by the governor. It was passed, and it would set forth procedures for dealing with campuses that have been rated unacceptable for 2 consecutive years. It would require schools to submit a turnaround plan, and then it prescribes when and if a campus can be reconstituted. If the commissioner orders a campus to be closed, it can't be reopened unless it changes the type of programming and the general population of students served at the campus. Senate Bill 149 passed and has already been signed by the governor, is already in effect now for this year. This is the bill that would create individual graduation committees for students who have not passed up to 2 of their end-of-course exams. And then the individual graduation committee will look at a variety of data and determine whether the student can graduate. That committee is comprised of the principal or his or her designee, a teacher from the subject area for which the end-of-course exam has not been passed, the department chair of that teacher, and then a parent or an advocate in place of the parent, and then also a student if the student is 18 years of age and chooses to participate. So the students would still have to complete the foundation plan requirements, and they have to complete additional work set forth by the individual graduation committee. And then you can see here a list of the different things that the individual graduation committee can consider as they make their decision about a student graduating. It includes teacher's recommendation, course grade, scores on end-of-course assessments for the failed course, their attendance, successful completion of a dual credit or a pre-AP or AP or IB course, and then satisfaction of any of the TSI college readiness benchmarks. There were several significant bills that died in committee, never made it out. A parent trigger bill, opportunity school district bill, and then a bill that would have tied compensation and employment advancement to teacher appraisals. So those 3 did not make it. In terms of school finance, this is an area where when the legislative session, before the legislative session began, there was thought early, like in August, September, that there was going to be a bunch of new money for schools. Then we went through a brief time where that thought began to change because gas prices dropped and that affected state revenue streams. At the end of the day, though, there was more money appropriated, but as I mentioned earlier in the last presentation, the legislature appropriated more money into the existing formulas. They did not change the formulas. The other thing that's interesting to note here is that they left some money on the table. There are some parameters around the dollar amount that the legislature can appropriate, and they left some money on the table, and they did not touch the rainy day fund. And so that is significant, I think, because as the school finance lawsuit is settled next year, my opinion is that this left some money on the table so that if they need to come back next year and address school finance, they'll have some resources available to them to do that, some to help that. The money that we did get is largely, honestly, from growth of local property values. The way the state funding system works, it's a shared responsibility between the local district and the state, and the local responsibility is based on your property value. So as your property values go up, the state has to contribute less money into the formula for you to reach your legally established level. And so that just creates, as property values goes up, that just creates an automatic surplus of revenue for the state. And so they plowed that money back into the state funding system, and so just increase the basic allotment. They have also granted property tax relief that will take effect next year. And again, just to rehash, there's a total of $1.5 billion in new funding into the foundation school program, but largely that comes at the expense of local taxpayers. As local property values go up, the state has had to put less money into the system. There is some funding for tax relief that will come next year. And as we mentioned in the budget presentation, there's no funding in the state budget for that 1.5% TRS supplemental contribution. So that creates a $4 million unfunded mandate for us. The impact of the budget passed by the state will recognize about an additional $12 million next year compared to what we would have gotten if current law had remained in effect. There was a bill that would have added even more money into the funding system, and maybe even more significantly would have changed funding formulas. And that bill had a lot of support on the House side, but at the end of the day, the author pulled the bill down before it was voted on by the full House. It was very widely recognized that the Senate had no interest in touching this, and it was very late in the session, and so they didn't even attempt to try to pass it on through to the Senate. And again, the school finance lawsuit is still in play. State District Court ruled the system unconstitutional last August, and the state appealed that ruling directly to the state Supreme Court. It's expected that the Supreme Court will hear arguments this fall, and that they will rule on this matter in the spring, and there very well could be a special session next summer to deal with school finance. In the school choice category, there were some significant bills that did not make it out of committee. One was Senate Bill 4 that would have created what was called a tax credit scholarship, and it was a fancy term for vouchers. And that did not make it out of committee. There was another bill that actually failed in the House. It made it out of committee, but it failed on a vote, and that was local control school districts. That pretty much revamped home rule school district laws. In the area of pre-K, there was a bill that was one of the pillars of the governor's agenda, and that was House Bill 4. We've talked about it a lot during the session. It really is going to work more like a grant program. There was a real push, and we were one of those pushing to try to get this funding added into the funding formulas, but instead it's going to work more like a grant. Maximum available funding is $130 million for the entire state across the biennium, and it would provide another $1,500 for eligible 4-year-olds. That's a full-time equivalent, so our pre-K kids are half-time. And so, each one of an AISD pre-K students would generate $750 if we had grant funding for eligible kids. This is one where not only do teachers have to be certified, they also have to have some additional qualification. And this is the area where a lot of districts are going to struggle because a lot of teachers do not have that extra certification. So next steps, those again are bills that are significant and impact our areas of priority in the legislative agenda. In the coming months, TEA and State Board of Education will set rules to implement the laws, and we will get policy updates from TASB in the fall. that begin implementing these. You'll see them stretch into next year. We'll get policy updates from TASB implementing laws that were passed by the legislature. The school finance lawsuit will be settled, we think, in the spring of 2016 with a special session likely next summer to deal with school finance. So with that, very happy the session is over, and I want to recognize the work that this was a group effort again. I mean, on a lot of projects, but this was another big one. Leslie Johnston, Mercedes Myers, and Dr. Wirtz and Dr. Barlow also. We all worked together and tried to keep up with what was going on and writing the letters of our written testimony. So we're all glad it's over.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Powell. Are there trustees with questions? Dr. Rush.
Not a question, more than a comment. Thank you all for the great work. We are recognized in the state as a legislative leader now. That's a complete 180. We were not recognized, nor were any other districts, and now we are becoming a state model. The eyes are on Arlington ISD. Thank you, Ms. Powell, for always being a legislative geek with this stuff. You eat it up along with budget and everything else, and it was very helpful for us as a governance committee. And between that and the guidance with our legislative consultants in Austin, we came out pretty well. The last thing I would like to mention, if not everybody's aware, is at the very end, Jimmy Don Aycock announced his retirement as the chair of House Public Education and out of the legislature. Hindsight is everything, and at the beginning of the session, when there were so many things that he put out there as bills that really mimicked our legislative agenda, it was almost like a parting gift now in hindsight, that he knew what he was doing at the beginning of the session, and he was so strategic. We're just going to have to hope and pray that we have anything close to that kind of leadership next session. So I'm going to miss him. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Absolutely agree. It's been maybe the best part is that we're on this side of the legislative cycle for now, and it'll be interesting to see in the next weeks the rules and how this will work down into policy. Appreciate the number of hours and the advocacy that we put forth. I think it makes a difference. So, Mr. Hogg, you turn your head for a second and a light pops up. That's what happens.
And sorry, Ms. Sullins,
Yeah.
I'm used to talking last, so I'm still in the habit. I'll break free of that. I want to take a second and thank our legislative committee and all the board members at work, but also our legislative consultants that we hire, that we spend money on each year, the guys at Hillco and Mo Casey and all the other groups, TASB that helps us track, helps us, in essence, lobby and fight for these. I think I have to say they didn't get a lot done in the session, and sometimes that's a good thing. The less they get done, usually the better.
We wind up, yep.
For us, a little bit. But I have to thank the guys that were in Austin every single day working on that, because it is, it's a game, and you have to play the game. And I think, Dr. Reich, as you said, we have, as a district, become very well known for working very hard on fighting on what's happening in Austin. And I think a lot of work by this board has done that. So I just have to thank all my colleagues and our vendors that we use to assist us in that system. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Thank you for the discussion on legislative, but looks like we're have another one coming up right away on Financial Futures Committee, Dr. Cavazos.
And that's back to Cindy Powell. So she's not even going to sit down there. So
I keep waiting. I know Michael's in here somewhere. I thought
he's coming. He's coming.
Okay. All right.
Miss Powell.
All right. Well, he's coming, but not soon enough. That's all right. All right. So when we talked about budget a few moments ago, I said that, when we got to this section, which is discussion action, we would revisit Financial Futures Committee recommendations, and I'll point out where we have already reflected some of these recommendations in the presentation that we've just heard. FFC made its report to the board April 16th and made some recommendations for consideration. And what we've done is look at those recommendations and group them into two different buckets, either action, things that we think we can go ahead and act on in this budget process, or things that we think that we need to study and then bring back a little further down the road. The first recommendation that the committee submitted was that we study the possibility of moving to a block schedule at the junior high campuses. That is something that, as we discussed even with the FFC, is not something that can happen quickly. There has to be a great deal of study put into this because if you make a change like that, you have to have a lot of training in place. Teachers have to adjust their lesson plans to that. Schools have to adjust their entire operations to something like this. That is something that, that warrants study, and so we'll be looking at that this year. Recommend that the district differentiate salary increases between employees whose salaries are below market and those whose salaries are above market. And this likewise is something that we are not comfortable changing without some advanced education of our employee base. So there are different ways you can go at this, and so that's something that we'll be looking at, not necessarily for this current budget that is before us, but that's something that we'll look at for down the road to see what we think makes best sense. If we determine we're going to make a change, it would be early enough in the year that we can begin to educate employees on what that might look like. Recommend that the board concentrate compensation increases on salaries rather than health insurance. That is something that you already see in built into the budget. We were focusing the dollars, the available dollars, on salary increases, not on health insurance, as we've discussed many times, and there are different philosophies on this. About 60% of our employees participate in health insurance, so when you do something on health insurance, not everyone is getting the benefit of that, whereas if you concentrate the dollars on a pay raise, everyone benefits from that. There was a recommendation that we incentivize participation in the wellness program with a cash incentive. The discussions that we had with FFC even were that in order for that to take legs and really have the effect that you're after, you're going to need a pretty significant cash incentive. And that can become very, very expensive very quickly. And so again, you don't see a recommendation for that in the preliminary budget. We had modeled that if we gave a cash incentive of $500 and half of our employee base took advantage of that, that would cost $2 million. If you gave a cash incentive of $250 and half of all of our employees participated, then you're looking at $1.2 million. And so it kind of puts in perspective the kind of dollars we're talking about there. Research and evaluate and develop options available to reward staff on salary or bonus structure. That's something that even I think the night that the FFC made the presentation, there were some statements there. I think likewise there was a statement about the Finance Committee looking possibly at performance pay. We're not there. We're not at a point of wanting to do that right now. And the board has expressed that. Certainly may want to comment on that again. Establish an upper limit of students, 27 students per class in core classes. That's something that we think warrants further study. We think our class sizes in terms of how we staff them and our target class sizes are appropriate. And then increase the staffing of full-time security personnel at high school campuses to meet the unique needs of those campuses. I mentioned in the preliminary budget presentation, when we looked at that list of new positions, there were 8 security officers built into that list of recommended positions. That came from the study that we did following this recommendation. So that's in the the list of requests for the district to consider, for the board to consider. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Mr. Hibbs.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. I appreciate that, and I appreciate, obviously, again, the FFC committee that worked so diligently, and those all volunteers and some paid employees of the district that come and volunteer their time on those evenings to sort through all this information. They take a look at a lot of things, and what they bring it back and narrow it down to is just amazing work, and we appreciate them just as we do our bond oversight committee. I do want to follow up on what you were talking about, the recommendation of number 12, and it was the recommendation of the finance committee that we don't take any further steps on performance pay. We'll look at that in the next strategic plan and planning process to determine what we should do. I'm going to actually just propose this. I want to make a couple of comments about the fund balance, because when I came onto the board, the fund balance you look at and you say, wow, that's a hefty number. And it leads with great temptation. It's more of a savings account as opposed to having to be able to spend from that as reoccurring cost. And that's something that I kind of just had to look at it. But I agree, you get a healthy fund balance and you go and say, man, is it something that we can use, for these reoccurring costs, and that it goes downhill quickly if you don't have the revenues each year coming into it, because you start bringing it down, and it also takes away from future raises of maybe a consistent larger raise year to year, which I think is more beneficial than giving one big one and then drop down to and doing this staggering the support. And some of the things that we're still going to be looking at with the fund balance this year is give you one perfect example of an item that we're going to look at is going to be an expansion potentially over at Sam Houston. Sam Houston needs more space, and that's going to take a pretty substantial amount of money. It's being researched at this time. Last year we were able to spend nearly what was it, $30 million for the new school, or
21.7.
21.
Yeah.
Okay, 21 million. A little bit aggressive with me. But those are the things, if we can start spending out on those, because going back to the voters right now on a bond is going to be a difficult thing, because we've got such a large bond that we have in place, but we still realize that we've got these needs. So I want us to think about, that the fund balance doesn't really cover reoccurring costs. We've got certain items that's still going to take place, that like the Sam Houston expansion. Another thing with the 2.5 months that the state mandates that we carry, that's separate than what we have for our bond rating. Our bond, those people that we go out and set our bond rating, they look at the financial health of the district, and they don't necessarily look at 2.5 months compared to how strong your fund balance is. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, it is. There's not a mandate from the state on the 2.5 months, but the reality is, in order to stay afloat during the fall while you're waiting on your tax revenues, you need that money, and that 2 months is what is usually will get you there. The board has a local board policy to have a target fund balance of 2 months, and so yes.
And I appreciate you actually clarifying that, because it is important that I don't think the average citizen understands that we don't necessarily get all our funding immediately as school starts. There's generally a lag time for us to get our first payments.
We get about 45% of all of our revenue about halfway through the year
About
before we
halfway
get
through
any
the
of it.
Okay.
And that's
So-
when
so
that's
we-
when our tax revenue starts
Right.
coming in, so.
So we're told that it's coming. It's kind of like the check in the mail. You know, sometimes it is. The other thing that, you know, we also have to rely on is right now we're experiencing strong property values. And, you know, as we know, a few years ago, we were trucking along and we're thinking we were doing pretty good, and then the economy tanked and our property values weren't there. So there's always this need to make sure that you're putting in those checks and those balances. And I work in an industry that I have a competitor, and we just acquired them, and they like to load. They load, you know, their sales. So I'm taking over accounts right now that I'm realizing that they've got 9 months worth of inventory on hand. So my sales with these customers are going to be zero for the next 7 months. And but the way that I've always treated my business, and it's worked for me for about 23 years, is I want you to have a run rate business. That means that they order just when they need their product. So it's consistent and steady, year in, steady, year out. I would like to see that's how we go with our raises. I would like for our teachers to be able to know that this district is being run in a manner that they're going to have consistent raises, that they're not going to have this peak here and this downward here, but I just came into the district, but I'm leaving the district, you know, where people can go and have that level and, you know, kind of be assured that they're going to have that before we even have to announce it. And I've asked a few different representatives from some different groups, and they came to me and when I mentioned would 3% be where or be acceptable, or where you would like to be. You know, the first thing is they always say we want more, but yeah, 3% is a pretty good number, and I'm going to float this out there. Just because I would love to be able to have our teachers know as they go out tomorrow that they're going to have what would be a substantial pay raise and with 3%. And 3% does get us in those levels right now all the way across the top 5, or in the top 5, and that's taken us from 12 at 10 and 15 years. So we have the ability to make a motion here, and if my other board members feel like there needs to be more conversation, you want to look at this, the motion can die. But I'm going to move that we take and act upon the FFC recommendation 7 separately, and recommend or move that the board authorizes a 3% across the board raise for all employees in the district for the 2015-2016 school year.
Mr. Hibbs, I'll second that motion.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Hibbs and a second from Mr. Hogg, and I see there's some more discussion, so we'll discuss. Next up is Ms. Walton.
I'll get used to this. Thank you, Ms. Sullins. I just think there's a far cry between a $70 million fund balance and $1 million fund balance, 70 and 181. You know, there's a lot of room there. And I would like to propose an amendment to Mr. Hibbs's motion and that we go with 3.5%.
I'd like to hear from the rest of the board on.
Mr. Hibbs, just a point of order, she made an amendment, so
Yeah.
she's got to either have a second
Second.
or it dies
Right.
for lack of a second.
Right. Mr. Hibbs, Ms. Walton has put an amendment, so we'd have to have a second on that amendment, or it would, anyone, is there a second?
Could he not accept that as a friendly amendment?
You could ask if he's willing to accept, amend his motion, but if you're making an amendment yourself, it would require a second. What's your pleasure, Ms. Walton?
Would he accept that as a friendly amendment?
You know, I want to say yes. Right now, we've got a $400,000 surplus right now that we still have items that's going to be coming in August, and I don't want to put ourselves in that deficit spend yet, because Ms. Powell mentioned that there's a number of different items that they want to bring back after they get the property values, and we're not sure if we're going to get that higher property value yet. And, you know, every sense of my body would say I want to do that, but the other part is that I just very, very afraid that we're going to, it would show as a deficit spend right now, and I don't know what we're going to have coming back with that Sam Houston expansion, but I understand it's pretty substantial. If we would like to have a discussion, and, you know, if anybody else, well, first of all, if somebody else would like to, you know, to second your motion, there's that option. The second thing is that we still have the opportunity to discuss this as a board, and, you know, have that freedom to talk amongst us. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. We were, legal, Mr. Ackelbaum would like to talk to us about this maneuver.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, there's a motion and a second. Your amendment isn't actually to amend, it's to change the original motion. What is proper is for us to vote down the one and then to make a new motion, if that's the choice of the board. It's one thing to say, I'd like to add toothpaste, but it's changing the substance of the original motion, and therefore it's an improper amendment at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Ackelbaum.
Yeah. Well, could I have another, could I make
Ms.
another?
Mays, your light was, but it went off. Not intentionally, Ms. Mays, not intentionally.
I was asking for a clarification on the original amendment.
That's great. The original amendment, Mr. Hibbs, is a 3% across the board. No, the original motion is 3% across the board, but there was no, you made no change to your, thank you.
Right. Okay, so my clarification was, you said, did you say 3% across the board for all employees? That's what I heard you say? Okay. And does this represent all employees or just teachers? Just to make sure that that's clear.
It's all eligible employees. We have some parameters that we've applied for years. You have to be here at least 90 days to be eligible for a raise. So this applies to all employees except those that haven't met that 90-day threshold.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walton?
Okay, let me try to do this again. Could we say that this amendment, that we are, if you would accept this as a friendly amendment, that we would be giving employees at least a 3% raise? Would that fall within the criteria of meeting Robert's rules, sir?
You could move to amend to say at least. So then there would be a vote on your amendment if someone seconds it. There's, under Robert's rules, the official Robert's rules, there's no such thing as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
That's why, sure.
So I need a second.
So Ms. Powell, Ms. Walton, could you please clarify that what your amendment is? Restate it, please.
Yes, that we grant to employees at least a 3% raise across the board.
Mr. Eichelbaum, is it proper to get a second on?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second on Ms. Walton's amendment?
Does Robert allow me to second so we can have discussion? If there's no second, there's no discussion.
That's correct.
But that still leaves the first
Correct.
out on the floor.
It would die for lack of second if there's not an amendment.
But you'd be voting on the amendment, not on the
Right,
motion.
first.
You still have discussion on the first motion.
Right,
You would then have a vote on the amendment,
right.
and then you would go back and vote on the actual motion.
So I can't get a clarification unless I second of what Polly just said?
As a point of order, you can.
You can ask a point.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
so point of order. Okay, so Polly, you're saying at least, now the original one said 3%, so they're guaranteed 3% with the first one. So you're leaving room to give less than 3%.
No,
You
I
said
said
at
at
least.
least would mean at least 3%, and I think that implies.
It'd be no less
And
than.
then you would allow discussion to, okay, I understand. So I did not second, I did a point of order.
Correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no second for the amendment fails. And we are back to the motion from Mr. Hibbs, seconded by Mr. Hogg. Or is there further discussion? Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, Ms. Solons. Ms. Walton, I see your point and perspective, and I think the thought on this is Mr. Hibbs has 3% on there. That's what keeps us from going into a deficit budget, which I understand. If pieces in the budget change throughout this budget cycle, which we have over the next month, you could always come back and make another motion to add another 0.5%. But going more than 3% right now puts us at a deficit. Is that correct, Ms. Powell, on the projection? So making the 3% right now is saying, here's what we have. If you'd like to make something later on to go into a deficit, you can make that kind of motion as the budget cycle goes on, if Ms. Powell and them find other areas of the budget where that money would come out.
Ms. Walton?
Thank you, Ms. Solons. Yes, I appreciate that. I do, Mr. Hogg. I just believe that it's kind of early in this whole process. I understand the desire to let people know in our employment of what we're going to do as far as their salaries are concerned. But as a new member on this board, I would like a little more time to develop a proposal so that we could discuss it. And I agree we can discuss it later, but I just would like to hold open the possibility that our employees who haven't seen big raises in the last 5 years, and we seem to always, as a district, be under estimating our income and overestimating our expenses. We have a history for doing that to the tune of $4 or $5 million every year. We did a deficit budget last year to pay for Patrick Elementary, so that's nothing really new to this board. So for those reasons, I would, like to say, let's go for more.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Mr.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. President Solons. Ms. Walton, deficit budget last year on Patrick Elementary is totally different than this, and that's not a recurring cost, and this would be a recurring cost that you're voting on. So I don't think it's a fair comparison on the two. If we're buying more buses, if we're buying other things, that's what the fund balance is used for. If you want to propose those things, I'm all for it. I would look forward to welcoming and voting on something like that. At this, what we're saying, and I think everyone up here agrees, 3% is what we all think that's pretty much where we have to be. If you want to propose something as the budget comes on, because I don't think you're opposed to 3%. I think you want more than 3%. So voting on this would prove 3% at the current time. And if other pieces are found in the budget, you can vote on that later on.
Thank you, Ms. Mays.
Yeah, thank you, Bowie. I was going to try to help clarify that as well. And Cindy, please feel free to chime in. Also, the reason why it appeared to be a budget on paper was because we had to lump the whole initial expense up front. Is that correct?
Right, we budgeted the entire amount, and again, what we were spending on Patrick was not coming from current year revenues. It was coming out of fund balance, but we had to, in governmental accounting rules, you record even your capital expenditures, you fully expend them in the year that you incur the expense. And so to get those dollars out of fund balance, we had to show an expense. And so that's the only reason that we showed a bottom line deficit. In terms of just operating costs, we had about $1 million surplus when we adopted the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Ms. Hudson?
I just want to make sure that I understand everything that's going on. So Mr. Hibbs has proposed a 3% increase. And if I understand what Mr. Hogg said, that's basically saying at least 3%. Once we get further down into the budget, if there's more room and we'd like to have another proposal, then that certainly has the potential to go up. So the at least is kind of implied. Is that, am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, let me give some clarification. And what Mr. Hibbs proposed, I think, is a really good idea, because then as we go through the budget cycle, we're already saying we've approved at least 3%. We've approved this budget, and that's what approves. So now the next time Ms. Powell has a discussion with us, the rest of the budget discussion, we can show, hey, here's the $9 million or so that are allocated on a recurring cost to the budget cycle for recurring expenses such as salary. The official budget will be voted on June 25th, right around there. And so there's a reason we plan weekly meetings in June to have budget discussions. But I think it's a good idea by Mr. Hibbs is we're getting this out there. We're knowing, hey, here's 3% we're adding in right now.
Mr. Hibbs?
If I can interject this, and Ms. Walton, I absolutely know your heart, and I'm with you. I mean, I absolutely am. Come August, we find these new property values. And if these property values are something that's going to automatically put us in a higher surplus situation, we can cover these costs. And we can bring it back then, for an increase or mid-year, whatever it would be. I would encourage you. That's the time when we really could do this. Again, I mean, I know your heart. I know, and we all want to get to that point where we can make sure. And I want it to be yearly. I don't want it to be a one-time deal. That's why I made the motion for the 3% right now, and because I felt like we pushed that window or that envelope all the way to the end without getting into that deficit spend.
Thank Ms. Walton?
Thank you, Ms. Owens. I have said this before. I am tremendously concerned that we need to provide every incentive we possibly can to our current employees to remain with the district and to feel like they are appreciated and, encourage them to stay. I don't want to see us the first day of school trying to fill positions that no one seems to want to take. Our people have worked very, very hard, not just teachers, but administrators and paraprofessionals have worked very, very hard this year and done tremendous put in a tremendous amount of effort to make the strategic plan happen, and I just think it's a great opportunity for us as a board to really say we acknowledge that, we appreciate that, and we're going to stretch it just a little bit further than we really would like, maybe feel comfortable, real comfortable with. So I would like to see us go a little bit more.
Mr. Hogg?
Ms. Walton, I think we all agree with that. I would ask you, what's that number? Is it just 3.5%, or when's that final number come up to show the appreciation? I'm working on a budget right now, is where we're working on, and so initial from the standpoint, we know we have 3%. We're giving up to the max. I think that's a pretty impressive give right there, and I would encourage you to work with Ms. Powell and work on the budget, and any one of us also pull us and say, where can we find more in the budget? And if we can find another 0.5%, bring it to us and let's discuss it. As the budget goes on, if you find another 4%, let's talk about that and have that. But this is going up to our budget limits of what the budget set so that we're there and we're not going into deficit spend. I can tell you, I will probably not at any time during this budget cycle vote on a deficit spend, but I'm all for looking and finding other pieces in the budget, which is what we do during the budget cycle. We look and determine what we need and what we don't need. And I think that's the approach to take on this. Because I agree. I think we've got to find how we get them. I think also to remember, this is year 3 or 4 where we're approving them in June, where in the past we never even told teachers what they were making till August, which is crazy in my mind to not tell someone what they're making when they're coming back and already starting school. So I think no matter what, we're way ahead of the game telling you in June. And I think Mr. Hibbs is commendable to say, how can we tell them before they even leave school, which tomorrow is the last day. And I see the perspective on that. And I think it's appreciative the way you're doing it.
I don't see more lights, but I would like to add a couple of comments. You turn your head 1 second. No, Ms.
Madam,
Mays, please.
No,
please,
please make your
No,
comments.
please. That's good.
Well, no, because I was going to ask, can I just say, can we vote? But please make your comment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a lively conversation, and it's always a good one because we want to make sure that the outcome of this vote is one that provides the very best that we know that we can at this time tonight. We know where our budget projections are. We have tremendous confidence in the data that's been put forth before us. I would think the next likely time that we might see some surprise amount of income would be with the property value valuation. That Mr. Hibbs, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
We would not expect, we will not have any information from Tarrant Appraisal District that would change those estimates between now and July 25th.
I think it's been a great conversation. We have a motion from John Hibbs and a second from Bowie Hogg. We've had lots of discussion. I don't see any more lights. I do. Yeah, okay.
You turned your head, so I had to do it.
I do, that's it.
I just want to say before we vote on this that 3% is really good.
It is.
It's a positive thing. And that needs to be underscored. This isn't the 2 or the 2.5%. This is the top limit. That's a good thing. That's a positive thing. And it should likely will be received with great happiness. And we shouldn't look at this as something with disdain. This is really good. That's all I have.
Wholeheartedly agree, Dr. Rush. Wholeheartedly agree. Seeing no more lights. Please vote.
Call the vote.
Yeah. All trustees voting in the affirmative, the motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we will consider changes to board policy EIC local, FB local, and FFH local. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Sullins. And this evening, we'd like to, for the board to consider some changes to our local policies as appropriate. We've discussed these with the governance committee, and Mr. Hill has a presentation, and Dr. Wirtz will also provide some information. Mr. Hill.
Good evening, President Sullins and board and Dr. Cavazos. So it's trying to wait till it comes up here. Me or you, Glenn? that's not it. Got it. There we go. Thank you. Or maybe not.
We even did some PD here.
Yay. That's it.
Got it?
That's it.
You just
All
need me
right.
to stand
I
right
just
here.
need, hey, it's something about proximity there. So we're going to talk a little bit about board policies, EIC, FB, and FFH, all local policies. And so as Dr. Cavazos has mentioned, the Board Governance Committee has reviewed the policies along with legal and our Texas Association of School Boards representative. And so I want to take a little time to go over the policies first, a very general talk about the changes in the policy, and some of it recognizes classes and specialized programs to be categorized and weighted as honors courses. That's recognized in EIC. Identifies class rank procedures for specialized programs as well. That's EIC. Designates the district's Title IX coordinator in FB. Removes examples from policies in FFH, and investigative procedures to include log and written reports in FFH. And so what I want to do now is just take a little bit of time to kind of do a quick display of the policies for review. And so what you have here is the special programs policy related to the Arlington Collegiate High School and the STEM Academy, where those students who take courses in those classes would be recognized as honors classes with that weighted GPA. And I want to show one other piece here talking about the class rank for the STEM Academy as well as for the Collegiate High School. And I'm going to invite Dr. Wirtz up at this time to just kind of give a brief overview of how we landed there before we go into the next two policies. So.
Thank you. President Solon School Board, Dr. Cavazos, when we were in the process of developing EIC local, what we did is we tried to conduct an equity analysis, and we were really looking at three main areas: course weight and its impact on GPAs, ranking of students, and also equitable access that students would have to courses that had higher weight values when it came to the actual GPA. When we conducted the analysis, what we did is we looked at grade bands 9, 10, 11, and 12, and we examined the courses that were provided to students who participate in honors courses, which would be pre-AP and AP, IB, and then also which courses which would receive weighted credit in the dual credits of strand from UTA. In our analysis, what we discovered that there was equity being provided to students, that they could be competitive with each other for ranking, and that students who were not admitted into the STEM Academy would have access to a variety of courses in each of those grade bands that would allow them to maintain ranking, or at least be competitive in their ranking with members of students that are in the STEM Academy. The STEM Academy functions very much like the IB program at 3 of our comprehensive high schools, where students are admitted to a specialized program with courses that are limited to just those students. In order for students to be competitive with students who participate in IB programming, they too engage in courses that are weighted as honors courses, such as AP or pre-AP. One thing we did also notice too is that students who participate in the STEM Academy, in order to be competitive in their ranking, will also need to engage in courses that are offered outside of the STEM courses from UTA, which would include AP and pre-AP as well. One other point of interest with regards to this policy is the actual class ranking at the Arlington Collegiate High School. We are proposing not to rank those students officially. However, there is a law that requires us to provide certification of students who are in the top 10% to the universities when they apply because of the automatic admission that's available to those students. And so when students reach the age of matriculation where they'll begin applying to universities, we will notify them of where they fall in their ranking as far as the top 10%, and we will provide them a local certification to the university that will identify them as a member of that top 10% so that they can receive automatic admission.
Thank you, Dr. Wirtz. And so the next policy that we will look at would be the policy FB Local. And that policy deals with the actual name change for the district's Title IX coordinator and the special, and the coordinator for 504 and special education. And so you see the changes that are there that are highlighted. And then the very last policy up for review is policy FFH local. And again, this policy strikes out some examples here on this first page. Legal has reviewed it and recommend that we remove examples. Second page, again, more examples that are removed, and then it talks about the appropriate times or professional manner of which employees who are dealing with students can have that physical contact or with the student there. Again, more examples being removed on page 3 of 8. More examples being removed from policy on page 4 of 8. Page 5 of 8, again, identifying the district's Title IX coordinator to coordinate the efforts in the event of Title IX issues. And at the bottom of page 5 of 8, it talks about the district may request but shall not require a written report. If a complaint is made orally, then the district shall maintain a log of that complaint, and they may create a written report in the event that it's substantiated. Again, on page 6 of 8 has that same language about retaining, the district shall retain a log of any of those complaints that are made, and they may, again, be summarized in a written report. And then again, page 7 of 8, removing more examples from the policy. And that would conclude that part of that presentation. So at this time, if there are questions that are related to the policy recommendations, then we'll
Board members with questions? Ms. Walton?
Thank you, Mrs. Sullins. Yes, on policy FB local, the Title IX, I'm very glad to see that we are going to have a director or whatever your title, coordinator, excuse me, Title IX coordinator once again. As this directly affects our female staff and students, was any thought given to this being a female person, or is there any thoughts that you or how this is going to be implemented that might make that a little easier for?
Sure, and thank you for that point of clarification. Again, what the coordination of the efforts is the reason that I'm there to coordinate the efforts. And so in the event that there are Title IX issues that are brought to the district, we would have, if there are academic issues, then we've identified Paula Long, who works in academic services. If there are student issues, Jeannie Muldrew, who works in student services. If there are athletic issues, Kim Peach, who works in the athletic department. And if there are HR issues, then we've identified Violet Maxwell in the human resources department. I would just be coordinating and ensuring that those investigations are timely and thorough.
Thank you very much. That does help.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawk?
Thank you, Ms. Sullins. Just a couple comments, and I'm willing to make a motion to approve these. Dr. Wirtz? Just from my lack of knowledge, when students on the early college high school, now I know our dual credit students are still entering as freshmen with credits, but because our early college high school students are graduating with an associate's degree, do they apply as freshmen or are they applying as transfers? Is that a fair question? Because they're getting an associate's degree from Tarrant County College.
Correct. Well, they would be able to apply. They would be able to apply. Say that one?
They still apply as freshmen even though they have the associate's degree? Okay. I love the concept. Yeah, it's just something that popped in my brain, and I knew they had associates, and with that, the application. Have we considered, and I think it's a great idea, not using class rank. I fully support this motion. Have we considered that for some of our other high schools?
We haven't considered it heavily. We've had some dialogue about just the course weight that we have in our honors courses and IB and this new STEM Academy. We haven't had any direct conversations about ranking across the system at this time.
Because class ranking is sometimes a student that's at 35% at a really high-performing high school. That's why so many districts have gotten rid of it. It does penalize them for being still a really good student. And I would put a lot of my 35% students up against some 15% students all over the place. So
yeah, when we were doing ranking, we did take some time to look at some of the articles and what research is showing, what trends are across the United States and what's kind of happening. And the early college high school falls in line with that.
I think it's a great motion to get rid of that for early college high school and make it kind of our first, I guess, beta test.
That's the way of putting it.
I'll take that. With that, I would move for approval.
A second.
No? Dr. Rush, you had anything you wanted to add? Yeah.
No, I think this works. We were going to have it come from committee, but you took it.
That's
it
all
works.
right. That's all right.
It still works.
We wouldn't. So we have a motion from Mr. Hogg and a second from Ms. Hudson. Any further discussion? All trustees voting in the affirmative, motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Now we come to our open forum for non-agenda items. This second open forum segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to address the trustees on any subject except personnel. This is not intended to be a discussion or debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. I have one card from the audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You will have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. A yellow light will illuminate when there is 1 minute left for you to complete your presentation. When the red light comes on, the buzzer sound, please end your presentation. One card this evening from Luis Castillo, and he is representing Arlington LULAC Council 4353.
Good evening, board members and staff. Luis Castillo with Arlington LULAC Council 4353. The title of my subject item was The Continuing Story of Race. And I said this because this board has continuously and consistently made race an issue. You know, recently the school board voted on 4 new facilities, all after white people. Makes the minority community insignificant, unimportant, and I find that pretty disrespectful, disturbing, and demeaning. So if I ever come here and you all view my comments as being disrespectful and disturbing, well, at least we can say it's mutual, because some of the board actions that you all take, we see that way. And I think the last numbers that I saw on the website is 78% of the student population are minorities. So the white population and student population is 22%. We have 100% white board. And so we think that it's, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we have a purported minority in the board. So this continuing behavior or actions or inactions of the board makes race an issue. You know, you look at the executive staff, mostly more white, area advisors, superintendents, white, most of the teachers are white. Now, you like to put one minority superintendent up there, you know, just to kind of show that's not going to cut it. You know, now traditionally, historically, the board president serves 2-year terms. You know, by tradition, you know, Mr. Bowie served 2 years, Mr. Peter Barron served 2 years. Now Ms. Swallen here presumably will be 2 years, but I wonder why the Gloria Pena, the only Hispanic on the board, served only 1 year. Race, ethnic group? Well, unless Ms. Swallen serves 1 year, then we can say that the board is being consistent. But if she serves 2 years, then we go back and say, well, why did Gloria Pena, being a Hispanic, serve only 1 year when historically, and you can look at way back, it's always been 2 years. So this board, by its actions and inactions, keeps making race an issue. You know, and so every time this happens, you know, there's a reaction. There's a reaction for the minority community. You know, last year we proposed Arlington LULAC, even before the elementary school was built, we approached the board and we made a passed resolution to name the Adams Elementary Cesar Chavez Elementary School. No, not 1 ounce of consideration was given. Now, I'm not saying that the people that you named the schools for are indeserving. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that your policy of named facilities is not all-inclusive. It limits the scope which the criteria can be selected, so that leaves out other ethnic groups to be considered. So if we're going to have a policy of inclusion, just in theory, it doesn't work. It has to be in practice. You know, because if we have policy of inclusion, everything should fall in place. There's no need for me or any other minority group to come to the board and ask for, hey, this should be happening. It's not happening. Everything should fall in place by the natural order of selection. You know, 22% of the student population is white, but yet we have a almost all white board. You know, so this dispute has been going on for years, as you all know, and you'll probably be continuing, and maybe we'll have to settle our differences in a court of law. If that needs to be so, well, so be it. But the thing is that this board needs to start being inclusive in all aspects of education. You know, we have board members say, well, I'm for all kids. Well, and I recently told a board member, you know, why don't you put, the board member has blank for Arlington. And I said, why don't you make it your name for white Arlington? Because that seems to be the case.
Mr. Castillo, that's out of order.
Out of order?
Yes.
What?
That's those comments that are derogatory and directed.
Which ones in particular? I think that's protected speech. I'm not aiming at one particular person. I'm not complaining. This is an opinion. My contention is protected speech. Anyways, to be continued. Thank you.
Next, we move on to Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Sullins, and I'd like to share some information about our school district and our students' performance. First, we're proud of our partnership with Fuel Up to Play 60. We appreciate their support, and you see the person there, Jay Novacek, was a former Dallas Cowboy player, honored young junior high school 7th grader Cody Smith, ambassador, student ambassador, Coach Starla Smith, was also from Young, and we moved too fast on that slide. You'll go back. Master collaboration, PE teacher Sarah Coleman from Bebency was awarded the Community Unites, and the district was awarded for its implementation of the program, the Fuel Up to Play 60. I want to thank Aaron Perales and our Parent Community Engagement Department for coordinating and organizing the Fuel Up to Play 60. It's we've got the largest participation of any school district with Fuel Up to Play 60. Now, next to the next slide, students and staff from the Arlington Collegiate High School at TCC Southeast prepared items for a time capsule. You can see the student in the middle holding the time capsule. They're going to dig it up in 50 years. I'm not sure, the kids may be digging it up in 50 years, but some of the staff and Bill Capola was there, and Irma Hadley Johnson, the chancellor of TCC, Principal Bolin, myself, were able to join in that celebration. They put letters and notes, and this is the first class, so they were very proud of that. And I also had the opportunity to welcome the new class that's going to start in the fall in the early college high school. On May 22nd, we took time to meet with students at Pope Elementary, Chief Johnson and I, to start or announce the Take 25 program, which basically encourages kids to take 25 minutes right now in terms of during the school year before it's out to talk to the parents about safety in the summer and how important it is to have a plan for safety and things like that if they don't feel safe, because they're going to be in different places in the summer and not necessarily in school. So I want to thank Chief Johnson and the Arlington Police Department for that partnership. With the consolidation of Ferguson and Owsley Junior Highs, Ferguson Orchestra hosted the grand finale concert on May 26th to celebrate the legacy of the school. And so I want to thank the director, Mary Clybourne, and she was presented a quilt that you see there that was made from all the orchestra T-shirts of the history of Ferguson, which was very special that night. It was well attended, and we want to thank all the staff at Ferguson for all their work. Last week, we also had our Student Teacher Achievement Recognition, or our STAR Luncheon, and some of you were able to join us. We recognize the top 2% of our graduating seniors, and they bring their most influential teacher. This is a special event because students work very hard the whole time they've been in school, and then they get to honor the teacher that's had the greatest impact. And they have to pick one, and that's always difficult because they want to bring a bunch of teachers, but they pick one, and it's a really, really nice event. On May 28th, I had the opportunity to go back into the classroom and teach, and it was challenging for me and the students, but it was quite challenging. I was at the Seguin Network teaching a Socratic seminar with Lord of the Flies that the students had read, and then I went to Ashworth Elementary to teach a class on the elements of drama, and fifth graders have a lot of drama. And so it was easy. It was easy to teach there. I want to thank the teachers, Dr. Rash, Ms. Kohler, Principal Sam Nix, and Principal Rhonda Greer. And so we're also going to do this in the fall, and not only am I going to do it, but senior staff's going to do it. And they're going to they're excited about that. I can tell. I can hear them in the background. When I announced that at staff meeting, it was kind of quiet. But they're excited, and they'll have months to prepare. So it'll be a great thing. So also I had the chance to visit Martin High School Computer Science Demo Day, which they had recently, and the students demonstrated their work on computer programming in that course, and it's very, very successful. Also attended the celebration of spaces at Swift Elementary, and Swift students were excited to share their spaces, and it's a maker space, discovery space, a star lab, a reading lounge. And all these spaces were developed by the students and the teachers and parents. Wonderful event. Finally, last but not least, the Parent and Community Engagement Department hosted Volunteers Engaged for Excellence Appreciation Luncheon. It's a small effort that we take to appreciate all our volunteers that have logged in 250 hours and 500 hours. Volunteers are truly amazing. Volunteers worked more than 100,000 hours combined and volunteering in our schools. And so we sincerely appreciate their volunteer work. It was the least we can do is treat them to lunch, and they really enjoyed it. It's a special event. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Are there school board reports this evening?
Oh, I was just going to give you a secretary report with all my little notes.
Very good. Mr. Secretary, do you have any items for us to consider?
We don't. We're still going to ask to get a slide for all the raises for the past 3 to 5 years. Even though you gave us the numbers, if you could go ahead and send that to us. We got that one. These other ones were answered because our finance staff is such on the ball with these things. I don't know. Did I miss any?
Mr. Hibbs, you missed like 4 things.
Okay, tell me.
No, I'm just kidding, Mr. Hibbs. But it is your first night as secretary, so
you'll be
always goes a long
kind on
way.
me. I will say that I thought that it was a great first night with the new board, and I thought there was some great exchange and conversation, and I think this will be exciting. One thing that I would make a request: could we get Paula Long a table to sit behind? I feel like she's a stepchild out there.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. With that, it is 11:26, and this meeting is adjourned.
Your first meeting went till 11:26.
I know.
What kind of leadership?
What kind of leadership?